Hi everyone! How's everyone doing? I wish I had some kind of like background music or something. I always feel it feels so weird to go from like the intro thing where there's like actual like some music stuff playing and then it's just like me. And I also have to, you know, wait because there's the like 20-second gap or whatever that the chat is on. So I'm just sitting here. I need like background music. Yeah, there's a trad wife JoJo emoji. I need to fix though. I see now. I don't know if other people can see it because I don't know if there's a way to put like YouTube on dark mode because as has been discussed in other streams, I don't even remember if it came up on one of these public streams or maybe a member stream, but as has been discussed, I don't put like anything on dark mode, which some people find very jarring. Like my boyfriend, I know he puts everything on dark mode, but I don't know if there's a way to put YouTube on dark mode. But on OBS, because it is dark, like the OBS application, the chat that I'm seeing, I see like a white outline around the like 6-month members badge. I'm gonna have to fix that because I don't love it. I don't love it. But that's okay. I'll fix it later. It's fine. But thank you for being 6 months members for those of you who it applies to. That's very cool. And welcome to everybody. A little bit of housekeeping. Oh, there is a dark mode for YouTube. Okay, good to know. Don't use it. But just so everyone knows, because I've been working, if you've been paying like fairly close attention to what I'm doing, I've been working on like one video for about over a year, I guess, at this point. But it's gonna be a very long video, and it's broken up into parts. There's a prologue, and then there's part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, and they're all getting uploaded for like members individually, and then once they're all done, then they'll get uploaded as like a public video. But just so everyone knows, the prologue is finally finished. This part took me very, very long. It took me longer than probably anything else in the video is gonna take, but I do need to go back through. I've started like going through the rest of the script now to like change some stuff, but I'll start filming and then editing that soon. So the rest of the video hopefully shouldn't take as long as this prologue took, but it's done. It's up for members. If you want to watch it, you can become a member. If you want to watch it, but you don't want to become a member, you can just wait. The whole thing will be up eventually once the rest of it's finished. But if you're impatient and you want to watch it now, memberships cost $3.99. At least like in my currency, I think it does change depending on where you are. But for me, it's set to like $3.99 a month. You can cancel at any time. I really don't care. Also, if you don't want to do any of that, I did put up a version of the prologue on the deluxe edition channel, my like second channel that I rarely actually like advertise and talk about. I put up a version there that's the same thing. It just has no audio, like no narration. It's just like the music and the sound effects and the visuals without me talking. So it would be very confusing. You wouldn't really know what was going on, but you could watch that if you wanted to. That's another alternative. But yeah, this took me a very long time. I'm also gonna do, because I know some people were kind of interested in it, next Sunday, I'm gonna do the like monthly member stream, and then the Tuesday after that, I'm gonna like just open up my project file from Premiere and just show people how I did different things in the video for people who are curious about some of that. But yeah, that's it. That's our housekeeping for the day. If you want to watch that, you can. If you don't, that's fine too. Thank you for being here either way. Thank you for opening up my eyes to the Ed Gein situation where his mother was unfairly blamed for his behavior. I always took it for granted. Yeah, there's a lot about the Ed Gein situation that people took for granted, including stuff that, like, obviously the new video is kind of like a sequel to the Desperate Housewives video I did, and even in the Desperate Housewives video, there's a few things I wouldn't say that I got fully wrong. Well, there's images I used that were incorrect. Found out that pretty much every image that anyone's ever seen of Augusta Gein is not an image of Augusta Gein. It's a fully different woman. So there's a lot about the Ed Gein story that is just fully false. And that's kind of why, well, that's one of the many reasons why this new video has taken so long to make, because I had to do a lot of research. And also there's just other things in the video too, that like it goes down different philosophical routes, blah, 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 blah. It's a whole thing. But yeah, man, that fucking Ryan Murphy show is gonna kill me. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Ed Gein today. We're here to talk about pop girlies. So, well, first of all, it's been about 3 weeks since the last Pop Girly stream, I think. Because it was, yeah, 'cause last week is when I, like, finished the prologue, and I was just kind of, like, tired. So I was like, I just want to upload it, and I don't feel like streaming that day. But so I put that up, the prologue, and I was like, I'm not going to stream. So I think the last time we did one of these streams was like, yeah, 3 weeks ago. And a lot has happened since then. For one thing, if this is the first time you've been here for one of these streams, what we're doing is at the end of the year, there's going to be a Pop Girly bracket. And we are trying to, like, kind of discuss on a semi-regular basis what the pop girlies are up to, so that at the end of the year we can have a good idea of who we want to be nominated for the the pop girly bracket. And the pop girly bracket, in order to be included in the bracket, you have to do something music related, something pop related. That could be like, you could tour, you could do some live performances. Taylor Swift got all of her masters back, which I think counts as something music related. You have to do just like something that kind of keeps you in the pop game. But what we're going to be evaluating is not just the actual like musical output of their careers, but also the meta narrative of them as celebrities and as pop stars. So last time, I had kind of gone back and forth on whether or not I thought Justin Bieber should be included, because like 2 months ago or whatever, I was like, well, Justin Bieber is clearly like in the news a lot. He's getting like TMZ documentaries made about him. People are talking about him. He's a part of like a conversation, but he hasn't done anything music related at all. So even though he's like a part of a like cultural conversation, he's not really like in the pop game anymore. Then he did a performance with SZA, so I put him back on the list, and I was like, okay, well, he did a musical performance that could get him included, so we'll put him in the most likely nominees because he's very much a part of a cultural conversation, and he's now doing some stuff music related. Then last stream, I was like, well, you know what? He's really only done one performance. It was kind of like a low-key performance in the first place, you know, like it wasn't something that was televised. It wasn't like a huge big thing. It was just like he just went on to SZA's tour, did a song, and then left. So I was like, you know what? That's not enough to get him included, and I really don't want to talk about Justin Bieber. Like, I don't want to break this whole thing down and talk about possible addiction issues, his stuff with the paparazzi. Like, it's all just a little bit too messy and a little bit too weird, where I'm like, I just don't feel totally comfortable weighing in. And since he hasn't really done anything other than the one performance to be included in the pop bracket, maybe we'll just exclude him. And then, like, 3 days after that, he released a whole fucking album. So now he's back in the bracket. He's back in the, not necessarily the bracket, I guess, but he's back in the most likely nominees. And at this point, I don't think there's really any removing him, because he's too a part of the conversation culturally, and he just put a whole ass album out there. So like, he's in the running. I need to hear what you think about JoJo right now. Oh, we'll get to it. That's going to be a big part of today's stream. But I needed to address that. We haven't talked about Justin Bieber yet, but now I guess we're going to have to. And the album is like fine. I listened to some of it. I didn't listen to the whole thing, so it's not totally my type of music. But it's like good enough where I'm like, okay, he definitely is still like a part of, you know, music culture. Like, he's still gonna have an impact. People are still gonna care about this album separate of his cultural shit. Please bump up Twigs, please. Okay, you're right. I'll put Twigs back up. She deserves it. And we'll have some updates for her today too. But no, I feel you, Matt. I just put her down the last time because there definitely was a dip. I think really her canceling her Coachella show is really the thing that hurt her this year in terms of like her publicity and her relevance. Because, you know, the canceling parts of the tour, not a good look, especially within her own fandom. People for sure were upset about their shows getting canceled or postponed. But I think the general public really wouldn't have given a shit either way. The thing, though, that did hurt her is the lack of a Coachella performance, because that was something that would have been, like, streamed and filmed, and a lot of people could have seen what she was doing on stage. It would have helped the album a lot, and it unfortunately didn't happen. But there are going to be other opportunities throughout the year, and I think, I could be wrong, but I've seen rumors about a deluxe edition, so hopefully that helps reinvigorate the album as well. Yeah, I think Rebecca Black will still surprise us in a big way, either this year or next year, not gonna lie. Rebecca's in the very likely nominees for me. The thing that I think could really push it over the edge and put it to most likely is if she did like a televised performance. I think that's kind of the thing that's like keeping her out of, you know, like general public recognition, because she's definitely making good pop music. And I do think that like pop stans feel very invested in her, but she doesn't quite have like general public appeal, or not even appeal, but like recognition. Like I think most people, I think if you ask like my mom, she would know who Rebecca Black is like from Friday. I don't think she would know that Rebecca Black currently makes music. Oh yeah, she premiered it on the streets in Brooklyn. I did see that she did something in Brooklyn. I didn't know if it was for sure stuff for the deluxe edition or if that was just what fans were speculating. But I guess we'll see if it's coming out in October. I mean, that's fairly close, so we'll see. We'll see when it gets here. I think separate of the Twigs discussion and like kind of separate of the Rebecca Black, but it's related. I'm actively stressing out about the VMAs. And it's the same as last year, where I'm like, there's so many. Will you ever talk about Jesse Murf? Oh yeah, we will. Oh yeah. But there's so many, like, there's so much pop music this year and so much good pop music. And the same thing last year. And they're gonna fuck it up. Like, they have everything going for them, where like all they need to do is get some of these, like, just, first of all, for the VMAs, we need Gaga. I'll tolerate a Katy. We for sure need Doechii. We need Charlie. Beyonce seems to kind of be at the end of her album run, so I wouldn't need her at the VMAs, but obviously it would always be nice. Selena is never going to perform anywhere, so that doesn't matter. Addison Rae for sure. Addison Rae should be performing at the VMAs. If Addison Rae's not performing at the VMAs this year, they've just completely fucked up. And then Kesha, I would love to see perform as well. Like, I'm so stressed thinking about how the VMAs are gonna fuck their own shit up. And we'll talk about it more, I guess, when we get closer to that time, but I want to help them. I want to work at MTV, like, just pro bono. I don't need money or anything. Like, let me just help you make something that's, like, culturally significant, or at least just cool. At least just entertaining for a night, you know? But I think that could really, a good VMA show with the right guests and the right performers could really elevate some of these, like Rebecca Black. If Rebecca performed at the VMAs, that could be like a game changer for her and also for like the show itself, because I think she's doing cool shit that the VMAs and MTV should really be getting on, that they're not, but oh well. But I would love to see Rebecca Black at the VMAs. I would love to see, obviously, Addison Rae. If it were me, I'd be putting Heidi Montag at the VMAs, but I think I'm the only one who would want that. Maybe she can do the pre-show at least, though. But yeah, someone asked about Jesse Murf. We're going to be talking about her today. Anyone who's in purple, as I'm doing these slides, I'm putting them in purple just so that I remember who we've talked about and who I need to, like, do updates on or who we haven't gotten to yet. So as you can see, Jesse Murf is in purple. She's here today. We'll talk about her. But let's just get into it. Let's get into the slides. Can I get your thoughts on Marina? On what, the new album? I think I talked about it last time, but the new album's fine. And I like Marina, and I've always loved Marina. I'm a long-time diamond. Yeah, and Taylor's definitely releasing something around the VMAs. She's doing something, and we'll talk about that too. Okay, but anyway, so let's get into the slides. So last time, we talked about PinkPantheress. Oh wait, actually I need to go back a slide. First of all, here's the beginning. I don't know why it started where it did. Charlie XCX has gotten married. Congratulations to her and to Mr. XCX. Love that for them. Seemed pretty low-key, which makes sense for Charlie. I don't think she's like total like do it up glamour kind of person, but she also does look hot, so. I see someone, see, I addressed this last time, that unfortunately Marina posted something pro-Depp at some point, apparently. She posted a quote or something of Johnny Depp, or like from a Johnny Depp movie. She didn't post anything that was like explicitly supportive of Johnny, but it was after the trial. So I'm not holding her to that, but yeah, it was kind of annoying. But then last time we talked about PinkPantheress and how she is just very funny to me because he's in Matty Healy's band, Charlie's husband. I don't really know much about him or the 1975 in general, which will come up later as well. But yeah, I guess he's in the band. I don't know what he does. I don't know if he's like a guitarist, a bass player, drummer. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. But I know that he's in the band. So yeah, congrats to them, I guess. The last time I was talking about PinkPantheress and how she's very funny to me because she just pops up in places you don't expect to see her in. And like does stuff that you wouldn't expect. Like last time I talked about the fact that she is like apparently like a chess champion or something. She also very recently, as you can see here in the last like week, got an honorary doctorate degree. I don't remember from where, but good for her on that. I guess it's just for music. I think the concept of an honorary degree is so fucking funny. I don't really get it, but I guess it's cute. It gives people like an excuse to do a speech, I suppose. I guess it's one of those things of like when you get the key to the city or something. It like doesn't mean anything, but it's like symbolic and it's cute or whatever. But yeah. Dr. Pantheress there. But the other thing that happened that she was involved in, which is just so, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, this is such a PinkPantheress thing to happen. She somehow wound up on an episode of Impractical Jokers. Just randomly. She said, it wasn't even like she was trying to be there. She said, I was invited to what I thought was a normal low-key burlesque show in NYC a month ago. And I guess, I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what the practical joke is, but oh, I guess they put the sword in.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh, what's that supposed to be?
Oh,
but yeah, there's PinkPantheress, just there, just chilling. So yeah, she just keeps showing up places. I thought that was very funny. Other update with Marina this time. She released, so this is from her Fruit album, which is her best album, in my opinion. It's the 10th anniversary. She released a song that she's been promising to release for a very, very long time. I went to her show. Oh, hi, Sunny Dionysus. I went to her show right before the pandemic. It was the last live show I saw before COVID hit. So I think it was like 2019 or maybe early 2020 before lockdown, but I think it was 2019. But it was in Canada. And I was at the first show. And she said at that show, she performed this one song, I'm Not Hungry Anymore. She performed like an acoustic version. And she specifically said at that show, I remember that she was gonna put it on streaming. And then she never did. She never did. She finally now has. It's been 10 years since the album. It's been, 6 years since she promised that she was going to put it on streaming? She's finally put it on. And as much as I appreciate that, she put on the version that I didn't really love. There was like two versions, and one had a drum track that I think just started like a little too early and was a little too loud and just kind of ruined like the momentum of the song for me. And that's the version that she's now put on streaming, which, you know, I'll get over it. I'll still listen to it, I guess. But I was really disappointed. I was like, fuck, of all the versions. Like, and she even said before when she was during the tour, when she said that she was going to put it on streaming and she was doing the acoustic version, she made it seem like that was the version she was going to put up, was the acoustic one. And I was like, oh, well, that's not really my favorite version either, but okay, fine. It's a new take. But she didn't do that either. She just put up the one that I hated, or not hated, but the one that I liked the least. But that's okay. And you never know, too. Some of that stuff comes down to, like, licensing or whatever. Like, maybe she couldn't get it cleared with the original version, so she had to do a version that was, like, slightly different. I don't know. I have no idea. Because I just don't quite get why that was the decision made. But that's okay. I appreciate the gesture. Maybe I'll just still keep listening to the old pirated version. Some updates with Katy Perry. So the big one, she's still going through her divorce and everything. That's still an ongoing thing. There's rumors and stuff about that, but I don't think there's any, like, concrete stuff that's come out, so I'm not gonna worry myself with that too much. The one big thing that's happened since we last talked about her is she had this prop that malfunctioned live. Now, this is not the first time this has happened this year with a pop star. We'll see when we talk about Beyonce later that Beyonce also had a prop malfunction live. And here's what I'll say. I need these girls to stay on the ground. I get this whole thing, like, it's super cute. I love it. It's like a big butterfly, though it is a weird looking butterfly. It looks more like a bug, but I guess it maybe just matches the aesthetic of the rest of the show better. I don't know. I'd like to see some more colorful wings, but that's okay. That's okay. It's a cute little thing, and it's something that artists are doing that I appreciate, where they want to, like, you know, get to the parts around the stadium, kind of maybe like Pink did. Like, I saw Pink live when she does her little, like, flying through the air thing, and she literally does, like, come, and she doesn't have any other, like, it's not like this where she's on a prop or anything. It's just Pink's body just flying through the air, and she does come, like, right in front of you, even if you're in the back, and it's very cool, and it's a very valiant effort to, you know, to play to the back of the crowd who often doesn't get the best view and who maybe doesn't get as much acknowledgement from the artist while they're on stage. It's very nice of them to keep trying to do this stuff where they go around the stadium. But it's starting to freak me out. I get it. Like, it's a cute idea, but the thing is, it's like, you gotta tear everything down and set everything back up the next show, your roadies and everything. And even if you have the most professional crew, it's like stuff is gonna happen in these different locations. And you can't plan for everything. So it's really kind of stressing me out that they all keep trying to fly through the air. Stay on the ground. Can you imagine being at a show, seeing, like, your fave live, and then they die in front of you? Oh my God, I would never get over it. I would never get over it. Oh, it's so stressful just to even look at it, because it's like, it could happen. It could happen. And oh my God, and the thing too is, like, everyone has cameras. everyone, like, we would have so many angles of it. It would be so upsetting. It would be like all everyone's timeline would have is just like videos of a pop star dying. Oh my god, I need them to stay on the ground. I need them to stay on the ground. I'm seeing stuff about Tyler the Creator getting a possible slot. I did consider it. I need to listen to the album. The thing is that even if I listen to the album and I agreed that it was like more pop, because Tyler does pop-ish stuff, pop-adjacent stuff. I don't know. The thing that I'm trying to think in terms of is like, but is he relevant to a specific pop stan base? You know what, like, if I go to, like, onto Pop Heads, the subreddit, are people that invested in him there? I don't know. In terms of, like, the general pop ecosystem and the pop community, he is queer, yeah, he is. But I still just feel like a lot, like, most of his fans and the people who are engaging with his music the most are, like, straight dudes. But I don't know. Maybe he has more of a girls and gays audience than I think. Because I think that the same thing, I think, like, The Weeknd is someone who sits on a borderline of that, too. Like, I think The Weeknd, for a minute, because of all the collaborations he was doing, specifically with pop girls, I think that gave him a little bit more of an audience of, like, the girls and the gays. Whereas, like, this year in particular, more than, like, last year, this year I'm like, I don't know if The Weeknd is engaged in the same conversations anymore. I feel like he is now more of, like, a straight dude thing than he was, like, 2 years ago or whatever. But I don't know. I'll put Tyler the Creator into the possible for right now, and we can reconvene. But he is definitely a good artist. Yeah, it is an impressively mixed fan base. I just don't see him, like, on my timeline that much, I guess, is the thing. Is that, like, even pop stars that I don't necessarily follow, I still see on my timeline because I follow, like, pop-related stuff, and I don't see as much Tyler, the Creator, and I don't see as much of The Weeknd as I used to. Same thing with, like, I think there was a minute where Post Malone was kind of more in the pop conversation. And now I think he's kind of moved over to, like, a country conversation, which is a little bit more dominated by hetero men. So, like, Post Malone is, I'm not totally... Ed Sheeran, I think, is on a borderline at this point. Though I don't know. Because, like, do straight dudes like Ed Sheeran? I feel like Ed Sheeran is, like, a straight woman thing. And that puts him close. But I almost feel like he'd have to have more of a gay following to really be someone who should, like, for sure be in the bracket. But anyway, no, I think the Tyler the Creator conversation is valid. Oh, I put Justin Impossible. Now he's in most likely. Hillary Duff is getting close. There's stuff about her signing to, like, a new thing. I think Hillary's releasing an album this year, or at least a song. And if she does, she's getting included. I don't care. Yeah, he's a straight woman. Songs for My Wedding thing. Exactly. Yeah, The Weeknd, I think we could probably move down to possible. Bruno, I think, probably wouldn't be where he is if not for the fact that he keeps collaborating with women. But it does a lot. It does a lot. And then PinkPantheress, I think we're going to move up. Honestly, I think we're going to move. We're going to move Lola Young up too. Well, no, I'll leave her there for now. Anyway. back to the slides. So yeah, Katy almost fell, but she was fine. But I do need the girls to stay on the ground. Just a little bit more. FKA Twigs, so this is sort of, I mean, I'm not going to say unfortunate update, but it's unfortunate in the way of, like, we all know why this is happening. Oh shit, I have to log into something, sorry. We all know why it's happening, and it's that the world is really unfair to victims of abuse. But Shia LaBeouf and FKA Twigs have settled their lawsuit. FKA Twigs was suing Shia for sexual battery and other, like, abuse-related things. If you don't know, they were in a relationship for a while. She alleged some pretty horrendous abuse at the hands of him. He admitted to some of it, but then also, like, implied that some of it wasn't true, even the stuff that he kind of admitted to, and he also just clearly is a piece of shit. I don't know, I haven't seen it, but there was a documentary that came out that premiered, I think, at the Cannes Film Festival this year about some, like, acting school thing that he had where he was being pretty obviously abusive to the students. That documentary, like, premiered this year where there's, like, footage of him verbally abusing people. So I was pretty hopeful that, like, stuff like that could maybe just help Twigs's case. Because clearly there's evidence of him having abusive patterns even outside of their relationship. But, you know, it makes sense. Going through legal stuff like this is just so emotionally draining for people, for victims specifically, because of the trauma that they have. And it's also incredibly hard sometimes to prove. And it just sucks. But it makes sense, too, because, you know, she's touring, she's got a lot going on. She probably doesn't really want this level of scrutiny being put on her life at the moment. So, makes sense, but it is just kind of a bummer to know that he's somewhat getting away with it. I mean, I don't know what the terms of the settlement were. I don't even know if that's something that's, like, public. I didn't read into it that much. I just kind of saw that it happened. Yeah, the details of the settlement would remain confidential. So we don't know exactly what sort of loss he is experiencing from this, but probably not as much as he should be. Oh well. He's still a piece of shit. And I do think that, like, his career is still going to very much be damaged by this. And other things as well. I don't think he'll ever have the career that he probably would have had without these and other similar allegations against him. Didn't he at one point admit to, like, killing a dog or something? There was something with a dog that he said that he did as like method acting or something, like him preparing for a role. It was weird. He's a weird dude all around. Yeah, in Twigs' case, it's not proving the abuse so much as proving that she suffered that degree of financial damage. It's very difficult to quantify. Yeah, it's because I think that especially with, like, the other allegations against him and with the footage in that documentary that apparently was so bad that even, like, people from Cannes, like, walked out. And the people who attend the Cannes Film Festival are generally pretty tolerant of abusers. And even they thought that whatever was in that documentary was a little much. There's clearly evidence of him being abusive, so I don't think it would be too hard to convince a judge or a jury that he is an abuser. But yeah, how do you say that she suffered specific damage? It's so hard to quantify. And then to, like, put your life into that kind of thing too, where you're quantifying the amount that you were harmed, and even then you can't really quantify that in terms of like your emotional damage, but you have to put it in terms of finances because that's how our legal system works. That's the only way that we really know even how to compensate people is just giving them money or taking away their money. So yeah, it was a bad situation. And it just always is. You know? And that's the thing that is just so shitty about this, is that this is such the expected outcome in most situations like this. None of them, well, I'm not going to say none, but most situations don't end with the victim getting justice in a legal sense. Yeah, she claimed he was shooting dogs to prepare for a role, which he denied. Yeah. He's just weird. Yeah, and he apparently lied about his father in terms of how his father treated him. Yeah. His whole Honey Boy movie, it seemed like a lot of that was not an accurate depiction of his father, and that's just a weird thing to do. It's a weird thing to portray your father as someone more abusive than he actually was, when it's like, but that's your dad, dude. Anyway. So that's our update on Twigs for the moment. Little bit of a bummer, but also, you know, hopefully this being resolved in a sense gives her some amount of peace of mind. The other thing we have to talk about, again, like a little bit after the last stream, there was a scandal with Ethel Cain. Now, this one is pretty complicated, and I don't want to get into all the details of it. But, so there were just some stuff from her past that came out, including some racist stuff. So I guess this is a photo. This is a whole thread from her. Or not from her, but from someone exposing her. So it's a whole bunch of stuff from her past. It's pretty rough. Some of it's really bad, like racism stuff. Someone asking her. I guess, because my first reaction to this, I saw these screenshots. And it's like, I don't know what website this was, but my first thing was like, do we know for sure that this was her? And it turns out, yes, this was her. This was Ethel Cain in 2017. Someone asked her if she said the N-word before, and she said, in all honesty, yes, LMAO. There's other stuff where she said, is there a reason you hate black people, or were you born racist? And she said, I love that Lana album. That one's a little bit more of like, I don't know, not blatantly racist, but her making a bad joke. And then there was one, LMAO, you mocking Hispanic people. She said, build that wall. Like, it's bad. It's not cute. We don't love it. But it's hard to say that the people calling her out are all that well-intentioned, because a lot of this stuff is stuff that you would have to dig pretty far to find. And Ethel released, in my opinion, a pretty good statement in response to this. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's pretty long. Also, interesting tactic, by the way. This is the first, celebrity apology that I've ever seen using a Google Doc. Like, it's just a shared Google Doc. It's not like a, notes app apology on her Instagram or whatever. It's literally just a Google Doc, which that's a way to do it. I don't know why other people don't do it. Maybe, I feel like that probably maybe makes it, I don't know. There's something about sharing a Google Doc where I'm like, I feel like that is going to make it easier for you to get hacked somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how any of it works. But there's clearly some issues with hacking happening in Ethel's world. So the fact that she's releasing a Google Doc link, I'm like, ugh, I don't know about that girl. But whatever, maybe I'm being paranoid and maybe that doesn't matter at all. I have no idea. But so she said, To start things off, I want to address the Twitter/Curious Cat screenshots. That was my account and they were my words. I was 19 and I was entirely aware of what I was saying, and that's why I said it. Which, first of all, that is a kind of strong start to an apology. Because most people would start with, like, I had no idea the weight of my words. It was never my intention. I do like that she started off with, like, oh, I knew, and I did it anyway. I spent my later high school years being extremely progressive and SJW, as they called it at the time, as a way to reject the indoctrination of my environment and rebel against the prejudice, hatred, and ignorance of the culture I grew up in. After moving out of my parents' house, I fell into a subculture online that prioritized garnering attention at all costs. I flip-flopped again, rejecting all notions of my former cringe SJW behavior and intended to be as inflammatory and controversial as possible. I would have said, and usually did say, anything about anyone to gain attention and ultimately just make my friends laugh. I could tell you that I had no idea at the time the platform I would have in the future, or tell you I just have a dry and extremely sarcastic sense of humor, or make any other kind of excuse, but there's no place for excuses in this matter. At the end of the day, I am white, so while I can take accountability for my actions, there's no way for me to fully understand the way it feels to be on the receiving end of them. All I can say is that I am truly sorry from the bottom of my heart to anyone who read it then, and to anyone reading it now. Any way you feel about me moving forward is valid. I was like, okay, good. You know, I think that that's also a good thing to say, is like, look, however you feel about me from this, I can't control that. Your feelings are valid. I'm not upset at you if you're upset at me. Decent. And yeah, I also do think that, like, someone said in here, it's the incel to trans girl pipeline. I do think that there's a lot of people, especially in the LGBT community, that as a way of trying to feel like they're being transgressive, or like there's a lot of trauma that comes from, like, being queer, especially in areas of the country that are not very queer friendly, that can make people get into, like, subcultures online that can be incredibly toxic. But it's kind of a part of, like, a defense mechanism, and that doesn't excuse it. But I do think that there's just a lot of people in the queer community that this kind of stuff can happen to. I've got another fucking gnat in here. Remember last time when we did the Hassan stream, there was a gnat in here? There's one again. I don't have gnats, like, all around my apartment. I just have, like, one or two. And they just won't die. But anyway. She looks back at that chapter shamefully, blah, 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 blah. Talks about it. But then this is the part that's kind of more important here. All this being said, all these things resurfacing are not the actions of a well-meaning individual concerned by something they discovered easily and casually on the internet. These are screenshots obtained through extensive digging, hacking, and cooperative effort amongst a group of individuals who do not care who else is hurt by witnessing this media, as long as I am ultimately hurt the worst in the end. I've known that all these separate pieces of my past have been found and hoarded over the past couple years as I've been tipped off in various ways. This massive smear campaign has been a long time in the making, waiting for the right moment to be unleashed, and now it finally has. There is no justice sought by this group. All they crave is the complete emotional destruction of me as a person. Personal accounts of mine have been hacked, my family has been doxxed and harassed, photos of me as a child and intimate details of my past have been passed around for fun. I am an adult and I can take accountability for my actions, but this goes beyond accountability. The things I have said about me in the past few days, the things my friends and family have seen, are atrocious and disgusting. So yeah, it's basically like, and that's the thing too, is that one of the reasons that when all this stuff first started coming out about her before she had responded, I was like, I don't even know for sure that this was her, because it wasn't stuff that was super easy to find. You have to be pretty dedicated to even locate this shit. And at that point, when you're going that deep into someone's life to find instances of them saying something offensive, it's not you just being concerned about how they're using their platform or something. That's you just trying to hurt them. and finding like a seemingly righteous way to do it by exposing them for like racism, or I guess people are saying that she's normalizing incest, etc. And that one I actually think is worth kind of bringing up, because that's obviously the cover photo here is the legalize incest shirt. Which she explains by saying, where is it? Is this the one? Regarding the topic of, oh yeah, incest in my artwork, it's a layered experience. I have always been interested in creating art centered around the taboo. Much like all the other topics explored in my work, it was just another part of human nature I wrote about. However, with specific instances such as my hand-drawn t-shirt, which was a ridiculous item I made in my bedroom that was never intended to be and never has been any kind of merch distributed to other people, just to clear that one up. At the time, I was still of a somewhat inflammatory mindset, and fully made the t-shirt to be a crude joke to garner attention. I had even been labeled incest girl on Twitter in that time period. I suppose because the people I surrounded myself with knew I was a white girl from the Bible Belt, and that was their joke that I leaned into. As an artist with a fan base comprised of many victims of sexual emotional abuse of an incestuous nature who find comfort in my music because of it, I understand how painful this could be. I apologize deeply if my actions have caused you any further grief and if I have let you down. I do want to be clear, however, that I have never fetishized it. Rather, as a lonely and confused child, I had my own complicated personal struggles with the concept during puberty in a hypothetical manner, not involving anyone in my actual family. I have since untangled these feelings, and I now understand their root. While sometimes the topic of incest may get intermingled on a song with my own experiences of sexual abuse or my own familial traumas, I have never and would never fetishize such a sensitive topic. All of these topics I'm going to discuss have carried the brand of fetish, as this is a common talking point for the transphobic brigade of individuals attacking me. So yeah, I do think that some of the stuff she said was pretty wild. Some of the stuff she did was pretty wild. But this stuff isn't coming out on accident. This stuff is coming out as a very, like, calculated smear campaign against her. As she's gaining popularity, as she's, you know, getting hoisted up as, like, an enemy of the right wing. Because she is. She's one of the first things we talked about when we talked about Ethel was the fact that Fox News is talking about her because of the stuff that she said about Luigi Mangione and killing CEOs. You know? The far right has made an enemy of her in several respects, and now suddenly this stuff that is supposed to piss off left-leaning people is coming out to try to remove any amount of, like, defensiveness people have for her. It is a very calculated effort, and it is very upsetting, especially because a lot of times stuff like this works. This is how they win. Is they find ways to get the left to turn on each other. Because unfortunately, the left has, like, actual principles. At least many leftists. I don't even want to look at that anymore. And so you can drum up controversy amongst left or liberal-leaning people because left and liberal-leaning people are obsessed with holding each other accountable. But I do think that so far, I think that her statement was pretty positively received. I don't know for sure. I didn't look like that hard into everyone's response, but for the most part, I think that people were pretty receptive to it, especially because, again, it's just so fucking obvious from all the screenshots and stuff that most of the stuff people are turning out from her past is stuff that you would just have to try so hard to be able to find. It's not just like, you know, tweets from 2016 or something. It's shit that you have to, like, dig for, and you have to get into kind of like a stalking-like mentality to even locate. And I think that a lot of people find that very concept a little fucking creepy. the other thing, this is about Taylor Swift. Obviously, this is not Taylor right here, but we're gonna have to talk about the 1975 again. Because apparently, I didn't know this, because again, I know like nothing about the 1975. That just was not the side of Tumblr that I was ever on. But I know other people are really into them. I never went there. But apparently Matty Healy is kind of a Nepo baby? I didn't know that. I didn't know that his, like, mom was, like, a person. But I guess, yeah, she's, like, an English actress slash TV personality. Her name is Denise Welch. And she's not just an actress and a TV personality in her own right. She has come up in other Matty Healy girlfriend-related conversations before. I guess Halsey, when she dated Matty Healy, then wrote a song about him where she referenced the mother and said something about your mom, you said your mom only ever smiled when she's on a TV show. Yeah, Ophi has it in the chat. That's why Halsey said your mother only smiles on her TV show. Yeah. So I guess, and this is, and I also want to say that too, to set up for the fact that what she says on her show is not necessarily not her show, but on, I guess, Watch What Happens Live in this instance, but what she says in her own public appearances is not necessarily representative of how Matty Healy feels, because I don't know that they have a totally good relationship, as that Halsey lyric would maybe imply, that there's a little bit of a disconnect between the two of them. So, let's just, not that I'm defensive of Matty Healy, he's done shitty stuff too, that we can call him out for, but I do think that in this instance, we can just take whatever Denise is saying as what Denise is saying, not necessarily what Matty's saying. But here's what she had to say recently.
Denise, your son is the great Matty Healy.
He is.
Yes. On that topic, Miss Swift wrote a whole album about their relationship, Tortured Poets Department. What was
your... Look at him.
Poets.
I just want a good shot of, look at that beard. I kind of like it.
Whole album about their relationship, Tortured Poets Department. What was your reaction to that album?
Obviously, on pain of death, can I talk about that episode? But not being her mother-in-law is a role that I'm glad that I lost. Not that
I mean, it's just kind of crazy. What a crazy thing to say. I kind of love it in a way because it's so shady that it is, like, kind of good. Like, it's a good sort of, I mean, it's the kind of thing you want someone to say on Watch What Happens Live, because it is very similar to, like, a Real Housewives kind of shady line. It's just the subtlety of it, you know? I'm not being her mother-in-law. It's a role that I'm not sad I lost out on, or whatever, however she phrased it. It's like, oh, that's good, though. But it's also just so unnecessarily rude. Just to say, like, oh, I would never want to be that person's mother-in-law. It's just so personal.
I have anything against her at all.
It kind of sounds like you do. Kind of sounds like you have a little bit against her.
Okay.
It was just, you know, it was tricky, but listen, you're not allowed to say anything, and then she writes a whole album, you know, about it. But Matty is,
and that's where I'm like, okay, I get what she's saying in a sense, you know, like, Taylor is very protective with her PR, and I'm sure, I don't know the details of it. Especially, it's not like they were ever married or anything, so there's no, like, post-nup or there's no, like, divorce settlement or whatever. But I imagine that somewhere in the breakup that maybe some NDAs were signed. Or maybe even she just has people signing NDAs when they get near her. I don't know. But there probably is some sort of like legal restriction put onto Matty Healy and his family of like, you cannot talk about their relationship publicly, which is something that Taylor would be within her right to ask people to sign off on, considering the amount of people that do want to pry into her personal life. Like, that's not an unreasonable response. But yes, Taylor then did write not a whole album, for one thing. A lot of the album is about Matty Healy, but it's not all about Matty Healy. But yeah, okay, she wrote a lot of the album about Matty Healy. I can get why that would maybe be a little bit frustrating, considering the size of platform that Taylor Swift has and the dedicated nature of her fandom, where, yeah, if she writes a whole bunch of music about you, that could be very intrusive to your life, you know? Like, everyone's going to be talking about it. And that is a thing. I don't know. I'm always torn about how much responsibility I think Taylor Swift has to protect people's privacy in terms of like her music and stuff, or how much responsibility she has to control her fan base. Because number one, I don't think the expectation to control her fan base is an expectation that gets put onto men a whole lot. Whenever there's conversations about like, your fans are doing this, you should stop them. On the internet, kind of. Like, on the internet, sure, male creators get that criticism plenty because there's a little bit more of like an intimate relationship with, you know, the audience in that way. But in terms of like big celebrities and stuff, the expectation for artists to control their fan bases is a little gendered. Just in the broad strokes. At the same time, though, Taylor Swift has a size of fandom that is pretty, I'm not going to say, it's not totally unprecedented. Obviously, especially in the age of like, prior to us kind of losing this idea of a monoculture, when you had celebrities like Michael Jackson and Madonna and people, where like everyone was kind of paying attention to the same celebrities. Obviously, yeah, they had very large fan bases, especially Michael Jackson. But in like the modern era, where everyone has access to social media, the size of Taylor Swift's fandom is pretty insane. And it is maybe something that I don't know. I don't know what responsibility she has to usher her fans to like certain behaviors, because this is just such a weird thing for a person to be put into that position in the first place. But I think obviously if you're on the other end of it, if you're one of the exes that she's writing songs about, if you're one of the family members of one of the exes that she's writing songs about, the amount of attention that you would receive is it would be pretty crushing. And so I can't say that I totally blame Denise here for feeling a certain way post Tortured Poet Society. You know, I get it. However, number one, if Taylor asked them, or maybe even legally required them, to stay quiet about the relationship, if there was some sort of NDA signed, then what she was asking was for them not to talk to like tabloids or to not go on platforms like this and talk about her in very explicit terms. I don't think that would at all apply to like Matty's personal expressions. Like, sure, yeah, you can be like, oh, Taylor wouldn't let us talk about this publicly, but then she writes a whole album. It's like, well, but she's not talking about you publicly in interviews. She's not doing this. She's not going to tabloids to, well, maybe she is, I don't know. It never totally seems like she's going to tabloids to like spread gossip about her exes. There's definitely times where I think her PR people are going to tabloids to like fresh certain rumors, but I don't think that Taylor is usually the one to start it. At least that's what it looks like to me with like how tabloid stories come out. It never really seems like Taylor is on the offensive from what I've witnessed. Her fans might be on the offensive, but the actual like Taylor PR team is for the most part just reacting to things and obviously being a little bit more aggressive in terms of like doing promotional stuff for her, but not stuff when it comes to her personal life. So Taylor didn't like, I just don't see what Taylor did in that situation if that's really true. I don't see that as hypocritical, that she would say, don't talk about me, and then would write songs about Matty, because she's not stopping Matty Healy from writing songs about her, to my knowledge. If she is, then that's fucked up, obviously. But here's the thing. People write songs about Taylor Swift all the time. Here is a video from the YouTuber, the Song Decoder, pretty small YouTuber, but this video did get a bit of traction. A deep dive into every song written about Taylor Swift. Other people write songs about Taylor Swift. She's not stopping people from writing songs about her. If Matty Healy wants to write an entire album about Taylor, I don't think that she would stand in his way at all. So just this idea that she's doing something hypocritical is just a little absurd to me. But whatever. I do get why a mother would feel a certain way. But this is also a mother who has been in the public eye herself, so she probably should know better than to say some of this stuff publicly, especially because this is just not, you know, I said at the beginning of this that what Denise says is not necessarily representative of what Matty Healy feels, but I am not, my feelings aren't necessarily the feelings of the entire Taylor Swift fandom, who is going to take some of this out on Matty Healy. So, like, you're just not helping anybody. You're just kind of being shady for the sake of, I don't know, expressing yourself, which, I guess, more power to you. But you are kind of making this worse for your son. Maybe you should smile at him more. Anyway. That's our Taylor update. Oh, and then the other update for Taylor. It's not confirmed yet, but there are rumors about her filming a music video in Los Angeles. For what? We don't know. Whether or not it's like, I don't know. I think it would be pretty crazy for her to release a new album right now, but she is kind of crazy. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Matty Healy only became more famous as a result of this. It didn't hurt his career one bit, truthfully. Yeah, that's true. And Matty is just also messy, too, so he probably won't even mind, even if this does kind of bring more hate onto him. Though I don't know. Because it did kind of seem like towards the end of their relationship, his and Taylor's, that he was kind of starting to feel the pressure of being Taylor Swift's boyfriend. But I don't know. I cannot picture what her and Travis talk about. Me neither. Me neither. But we're never gonna get a break, I guess, from... And it's fine. I like Taylor Swift. But she was getting just so overexposed for such a long time that the idea of her coming out with a new album right now, I'm like, oh girl, I don't know. I don't know that you want to do that. I don't know. Oh. But we'll see. We'll see. I have a lot of thoughts about if she comes out with a new album, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I just feel like, would it kill you to take a little bit longer of a break? Like, you could still write the album, maybe sit on it for a minute, maybe sit on it, and then release it later. You don't have to release it right now. But okay, we'll see. The other big thing is, obviously, Lady Gaga just embarked on the greatest tour of all time. So, don't really even have much to say about it, but she's the greatest pop star who's ever done anything, and I love her so much. I have so much to say about this tour, but I don't want to say too much because I am just gonna start, like, standing. But, oh my God. I can't imagine looking at her and not thinking she's the greatest pop star of all time. And I know that that's probably just, it has a lot to do with maybe like nostalgia and the fact that I started standing at a very important part in my like emotional development, you know, because when the Fame came out, I was what, like 13, 14? So it's been a lot of my life and very important sections of my life that Gaga has been a part of. So I don't have an objective view at all, but like when I see the videos and the images from this tour, I'm like, she's the greatest. She's the greatest. Yeah, ever. My dad sent me a text the other day, just out of nowhere. But he does it sometimes. He likes to watch YouTube videos. And he loves like music and performing like big stage shows. And which I'm sure that that's kind of like where I get it from, is from him, and like always watching, you know, like The Wall and like Kiss performances and Alice Cooper. I almost got that gnat. Stuff that has like big production. I'm sure like I get that like from him. And there was one time, do you remember after the Astroworld thing with Travis Scott, where all those people fucking died? My dad, I was talking to him about it, and he's like, oh my God, that's so terrible. And then he went, but that looked like a great stage show. I'd love to go see that. I was like, not the time. But anyway, he texted me randomly the other day. And he was like, you know, Gaga's Super Bowl halftime show was good. But if you ever watched Prince's halftime show, that's still the greatest of all time. And he was telling me, he was like, and it was in the rain and blah, 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 blah. It's like, you should go watch it again if you haven't watched it recently. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure. And yeah, Prince is good or whatever. But I just thought it was so, like, just out of nowhere. He's like, he just needed to tell me that, like, look, Gaga's good, but she's still only number 2 for the Super Bowl. It's like, okay, thank you. But everywhere else, she's number 1. To me. To me. And to everyone, it should be. But yeah, sure, whatever. Prince can have the Super Bowl thing. That's fine. She is everything else. She's the greatest. I'm trying not to pay too much attention to stuff coming out about the show. I know some stuff because I can't totally keep myself free of spoilers. I see videos, you know, on Twitter, and I look at them. But I haven't watched like the full thing through. So even though I know certain songs are on the set list, I don't know what order they come in. I don't know. I know it's divided into different acts. I don't know anything about that. I'm keeping the like narrative part of it sacred for me for when I actually go see the show. So I'm not going to do like a full review here. because I am trying to keep myself somewhat ignorant. But what I know thus far, I know Summer Boy is on the set list, which is very exciting. I knew, okay, when the Lollapalooza stuff came out, the like extra footage that we had never gotten before, I was like, for sure Gaga's team is behind this, and I feel extra certain of that now. Because why else, unless maybe it came out organically and then she was like, because she saw the fan appreciation, she's like, oh, I should add Summer Boy to the set list. But I think she knew prior. I think she wanted to add Summer Boy and she needed the like fan nostalgia to get kicked up. So I think that her team put that Lollapalooza footage out there so that people could get a little hyped up. I do think that's what happened. I am curious to see if anything else from that like really early era Gaga makes it onto any set list at any show. Because I definitely, as much as I love Summer Boy, she has never performed I Like It Rough live, ever. We at least had some footage of her performing Summer Boy for the past, 10, 15, whatever, however many years it's been. We had some footage of that. There is absolutely no footage of her performing I Like It Rough. And from her early career, that's the only song that she's never performed. That was the only song she'd never performed up until, I think, maybe there are some Joanne songs she never performed. I don't remember because I don't care. And then there are definitely some Chromatica songs. She never performed Plastic Doll, for sure. So I would like to see her perform Plastic Doll at some point. But I Like It Rough is still just like this nagging thing for me, where I'm like, I just need that thread to be closed. I need you to perform it live just one time, just so that it happened. And then it would be nice if you also performed Plastic Doll or other songs that you've never performed. But I'll take I Like It Rough first. She is ending every show, it seems, with an art pop song. Not performing it fully, but like when they do the bows and they like walk out at the end, there'll be like a song playing as she like goes down the runway and stuff. And so all of those songs have been art pop songs, except for one. But that was a particular exception. So Art Pop, the title track she did at the first show. Sex Dreams was after that. GUY was after that. Then there was Crazy Train after Ozzy Osbourne died. So that one's like a special occasion kind of thing. But after that, she went right back into art pop. She did Donatella. And then the most recent one she did is Manicure. So I'm curious to know if she's going to go through the entire track list. Because for sure, I didn't think that she would ever touch Swine again. So, no, you did not miss the JoJo Siwa drama. Trust me, that's going to go for a minute. So you're good. I feel like, I don't know, because Swine is just so personal and that one's so much about her, like, sexual assault that I don't know if she's ever going to want to touch that again. But I would love to hear it because I think that is, like, that's one of her best songs ever. Ever, ever, ever. But I don't know if she's ever going to touch that one. For sure, I don't think we're ever getting Do What You Want, which, good riddance for that one. As much as I like the song itself, the association is not good. And we can just forget that ever happened. Well, not forget it. We should remember, because it did happen, and I don't want to absolve her of that. But I don't need the song celebrated ever again. Though I did like her remix with Christina. I kind of wish that she had just reissued the album with the Christina remix, but that's okay. I understand. Just don't put that song on, because that one also is kind of in reference to her sexual assault. So I get why she wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, I'm curious to see if Swine makes an appearance at any of these. And also, what happens when she runs out of art pop songs? Because I'm pretty sure there are more tour dates than there are art pop songs, right? Yeah, nor the video, the Predator collab. Yeah, the video is... I hope we never get any other footage from that. as much as I'm a nosy person who likes to just see stuff, I just don't think that should ever be public, and I don't think it ever should have been public. But thanks TMZ for that. But yeah, that was a rough moment. I would love a Mary Jane Holland, though, because even though she did do that song during the Art Pop Ball tour, she only did a part of it. She cut out the second verse. And so I feel like that song is a little underrated. I'd love to see a Mary Jane Holland. And then if she runs out of Art Pop tracks, there are no Chromatica songs on the set list, it seems. So if she wanted to start doing some more Chromatica stuff, that would be nice. Or if she maybe wanted to go even further back into her discography, I've seen some rumors, and I think these are just, it's not even a rumor. It's fan speculation. But there's speculation about, because every night when she leaves, she like does a peace sign. And some people, because this is the thing, is Little Monsters kind of were the original Swifties in terms of the level of dedication, the level of annoyingness. Swifties didn't become as annoying until like the Eras tour, really, or like Folklore. Like once so many people started to get into the fandom, Swifties got way more obnoxious, but they weren't that bad for most of their run. Little Monsters kind of were worse for a long time. Little Monsters are a pretty annoying fandom, if we're being honest. And a lot of the annoyingness, too, came from the constant speculation of like, oh, she did this in a video, that means that this is coming, blah, blah, blah. Even though Gaga never leaned into it as much as Taylor did, it's just the fact that Gaga is so symbolic in a lot of the stuff she does, that people are always looking for these extra meanings and then taking those extra meanings to be like, and that means that she's going to perform at the VMAs. So take all of this with a grain of salt. Actually, yeah, of course, take all of it. Like, don't even trust it. I don't think this is true. But what people are speculating right now is because every night she ends the show by going like this and putting up a peace sign, as a woman in her 30s would do. People are speculating that she's hinting that Art Pop Volume 2 is coming. And that when she gets to the end of this and she runs out of Art Pop tracks to sing, or not sing, but like to walk out to at the end of the night, then Volume 2 is going to be released. I think that's definitely not true. Would I love it? Of course, because then I would just be getting more music from her, and it would be pop music. But I don't think that's going to happen. Ever. It's possible, though. Because there definitely is clearly like a concerted effort here to celebrate art pop specifically. If it was just about celebrating, you know, her pop career or like songs from her past, we would be getting more of a variety. But it's the fact that every night it's an art pop song, except for the one exception, which was to celebrate Ozzy, not because she was doing a different song from her own discography. She clearly is trying to signal that she remembers art pop, because there was a moment where, you know, she infamously tweeted, "I don't remember art pop," and everyone freaked out. So I don't know. She could be teasing something. She could be getting people hyped up for something, but I also think that she really could just be doing it because of the amount of people that felt like she didn't like art pop and didn't want to celebrate art pop. She could be doing it as a way to just show people that, like, no, I do love that album still. And maybe even as a way of celebrating it herself, because as I talked about in my video about art pop, that was just a really tumultuous time for her. And I think she has a lot of trauma around it. And it was probably just really hard for her to revisit that era in her career for a really long time. So her getting to celebrate it in this way is maybe just sort of part of her own healing process. So I don't think it's necessarily indicative of her teasing something, but I have no idea. Because there is another thing too. And this is where I'm like really confused. If she's just like fucking with us, or if there's something else here. But every night she's worn a different color slash. So this was the first night, this is the second, third, forth. There has since been a few more. They're just always different colored sashes. And for what? For what? I can't wrap my head around what... Is it just to have something new? Just to have people be like, oh, what color sash did you get at your show? Maybe. But that just seems so... I don't know, it's such a small detail. That if it was just about changing something, I feel like she would change the whole outfit. But the fact that it's a sash, it has to mean something, right? What would it mean? What would the sashes possibly symbolize? I don't get it. I just don't get it. I think the peace sign is more of a sign than the sash is, honestly. I don't know, because the peace sign is like, that's just something that someone would do, you know? Like, if you're leaving, you'd be like, oh, bye. Oh my god, fucking. You'd be like, okay, see ya. And Gaga's always done, like, there's so many photos of her just being like, you know? Like, she grew up in an era where people just did do this all the time, you know? She's a millennial woman. So that's just like a thing that someone does. The sashes are clearly intentional, though. She's not just incidentally grabbing a new sash every night. There's an idea, like there's something here that they're being intentional with. But what does it mean? I don't know. Oh, you saw the Nat that time? Yeah. He's around. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Because the colors don't coordinate with anything that I can think of. There was one that was kind of white and sort of looked like an outfit that she had had from the Art Pop ball. But I'm like, but what does that mean? Because these other ones I don't think necessarily look like any specific outfits. None that I can think of, at least. And they're not related to the cities that she's in. Because she did do, when she did Brazil, she had like a Brazil cut, like it looked kind of like their flag. So, but she's not doing that this time, because she's doing different colored sashes within the same cities at times. Like, she did multiple performances in Vegas, she did different sashes on different nights. So what does that mean? Yeah, I said, like this person, why did the quality of the photo get progressively worse? I was trying to find a better thing, a better, like, tweet or even Reddit post that would have all the different sashes, but I just couldn't find any. Because it's so subtle, too. It's just not something that I think most people even would want to pay attention to. So there's not a whole lot of speculation around it, but clearly it means something. She's doing this on purpose. I don't know. She confuses me. What is she up to? There are rumors, though, about a deluxe edition. I don't know that there's anything really behind these rumors. But the current rumor is that she's gonna release a deluxe edition in August. And that would be so exciting for me. Because my date is in September. So if she has a deluxe edition, if there's new songs on it, she might perform it at my show. And I'm trying not to get too invested in that idea, because I don't know. I don't know that that's going to happen. We have no idea. But God, that would be incredible. Oh, I would die. Oh, I would just die. But yeah, the tour looks incredible. It looks insane. And it also, one other thing that I'll say too, when everyone was trying to make it, there were theories that the reason that she was doing it in arenas is that she planned the tour too late and could only book arenas instead of stadiums, or she was worried that she couldn't sell out stadiums or whatever. People were just very doubtful of the idea that she was doing arenas on purpose because she thought that that was the best venue for the show. However, seeing images and videos from the show, no, she did the arena tour on purpose. It absolutely was always meant to be in an arena. And I can't imagine it in a stadium. And if you think that it would have been better in a stadium, you're fucking wrong. You're just wrong. I get people who are kind of upset about the fact that the arena shows makes the tickets a little bit more scarce, so less people can go see her live. I get being a little bummed by that, but in terms of the quality of the show, you're definitely gonna get a better show in an arena. Like, first of all, arenas have better sound quality just in general, but then also just so clearly from the visuals of this specific stage show, this wouldn't have worked in a stadium. And I want it to work the way that it was supposed to work, because it looks insane and incredible. I can't believe it. I can't believe she's so fucking back. Like, she's so back. I didn't know. I was worried. I was worried that she was never going to want to do this again, but she's doing it again, and she's so good at it, and she seems so happy doing it, and I'm so relieved. Oh my God. Oh. I'm so relieved. I was so worried. Even when she announced the tour, I was like, oh no, what if she has like a flare-up of her fibromyalgia because she doesn't want to do this anymore and she's stressed out. But she looks so happy and healthy, and you know, anything could still happen. And if things happen with her health and she has to take care of that, I will understand and she can cancel the tour. That's fine. Hope she doesn't. But like, I just feel so good about the fact that she seems to feel so good. Because it was touch and go for a minute there. Whew. But anyway, on to what is kind of our main event of the night. We have a JoJo Siwa update. Oh my God, I can almost get the gnat. Fuck. So... Gaga video went. Well, I did the art pop video, and that I do still think is one of my best videos. I changed the thumbnail on it today because there was a thumbnail. I ran like a test. YouTube will let you like run a test of 3 thumbnails, and one of them performed better than the others, but I kind of didn't like that one as much, so I just changed it to the one I liked anyway. But I just changed it again to the one that performed better because I was like, this is one of my best videos, so if it gets more clicks from this, I should probably put the other thumbnail up. But yeah, the art pop videos. One of my most misunderstood videos as well. That's the video that I get the most obnoxious comments on. Yeah, is it really a Medusini stream if there isn't a gnat tormenting her? Exactly. Literally, like, only in this room too. Like, every once in a while I'll see a gnat downstairs, but there's something in this room, and it's just like one. I would put out, like, you know, like vinegar stuff if there were multiple, but there's like just one that I know of, I guess. But yeah, anyway, yeah, my art pop video is the most misunderstood video. That's the video with the most obnoxious comments of people just completely not understanding what I'm saying. And like willfully so. But it's in a very stan culture kind of way, where I'm like, I guess, what was I expecting? That was one of the worst comments, not the Max Landis one. Because I think just most people find Max Landis annoying. Like, he definitely does have a small fan base, but for the most part, I think they kind of keep to themselves just because of how hated Max Landis is throughout the rest of the internet. Whereas, like, Gaga... It's like what I was saying about Little Monsters just being kind of annoying. Gaga fans are just very defensive, so the idea that I titled a video, Art Pop wasn't ahead of its time and that's okay, they get very defensive about the idea that it wasn't ahead of its time, even though I clarify in the video that me saying it wasn't ahead of its time is not an insult to the album. It's me saying that, like, it was good at the time, and the reason people like it now has primarily to do with, like, nostalgia, and also just the fact that it was a good album the entire time anyway, and people feel like it never got justice for that, so they have to, like, put this other label onto it and act like it was, like, really future thinking when it just kind of wasn't. It was very just, it was a 2013 album, and it sounds like a 2013 album. And that's okay. There was nothing wrong with 2013 pop music. Anyway. On to JoJo. So, she released a song. She released a cover of a song, Betty Davis Eyes. She's not the first person to do a cover of this song. In fact, the most, like, popular version is also a cover. But then even outside of that, Taylor Swift has done a cover, Gwyneth Paltrow has done a cover, Ethel Cain, I think somewhat recently did a cover. So everyone's done a cover of this song, but JoJo's is making some waves. So we can probably play a little bit of it. Because I did test this earlier to see if I would get a copyright claim on this, and I didn't. It's, who's to say though? This is the thing about the copyright system. Sometimes I don't get a claim at first, and then I get claims like 2 weeks later, and it never really makes any sense. So maybe I'll get a claim on this, I don't know, but I think I can play a little bit of this, and you can kind of get a taste of why the internet took to talking about this song as much as they did. Those veneers are really something. So, yeah, it doesn't sound amazing. Here's the thing, though. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. First off, I thought it was a crop top. Oh, it's a crop top. I thought it was a full dress. Oh, I've got photos of the whole outfit. Just wait. Because the depiction people are giving of this entire look is so fucking crazy. But yes, it is a crop top. Here's the thing about the song. It doesn't sound very good. They picked kind of the worst section of the entire recording. Like, there are parts of the song that don't sound anywhere near as bad. Here, I'll play another little snippet. That sounds way better than the other part. Now, it still doesn't sound amazing. And first of all, I'm just going to say, I don't think the song itself has ever been very good. People keep covering it, and it just kind of sucks every time. I don't think Betty Davis Eyes has ever been a winner. But other people clearly like it. But as far as her cover goes, the section they picked to be like the advertising section is obviously just the worst part of the song, which makes me think that people on her team are maybe rage baiting as a way of like boosting sales, boosting conversation. And I think that's pretty fucked up, because I think that a lot of her team just doesn't care about her mental health at all. In fact, I think there's some pretty great evidence of that throughout her entire career, that the people around her don't really give a shit about what is good for JoJo Siwa, the person, and they think about what's good for JoJo Siwa, the personality. And at this moment, I think a lot of people on her team are leaning in to her embarrassing herself. Because there's so much about this song where I'm like, JoJo isn't the problem here. Her voice doesn't sound amazing. She could definitely use a little bit more training with her voice, and that's been true the whole time. I mean, when she was talking about Karma, and she was talking about how she was like vocally preparing herself, she basically just said like, oh, I would just go in the studio and I would just keep doing it over and over again until I kind of got it, and then we would record it, and then like I couldn't talk for like the rest of the day. And I was like, oh girl, that's not fucking good. And I don't know why no one on her team is just getting her an actual vocal coach to teach her like proper technique. I don't understand. But I think that the people on her team just don't care. And if she embarrasses herself, that's still good for the brand. That still brings engagement. That still brings attention. They don't give a shit. And with this song too, yeah, her voice doesn't sound amazing. But the problem with the song is way, way, way more in the production of it. Like the fact that they had this very kind of sugary pop production instrumental behind her already doesn't work. The raspiness that she's doing with her voice should have a more kind of like actual sort of gritty production for the instrumentals too. I mean, if you listen to the cover that's like the most popular version, it also has a similar kind of raspiness in the vocals, but it just works better with that production. And then on top of it, not only is the instrumental production awful, they've put some sort of like auto-tune on top of her raspy vocals, and it doesn't work for this version at all. But it's either just carelessness or they're just kind of setting her up. And that's what's really upsetting about a lot of this too, is that everyone just really wants to make fun of JoJo Siwa, personally, like as a human being. And I don't think JoJo Siwa is really that in control of what she's doing right now. Or ever. I don't think she's ever really been in control of her career. I think her mom controls the majority of it. And that's really interesting too when you compare the way that people are talking about JoJo and the way that people are talking about Sabrina Carpenter, where one of the things I keep seeing about Sabrina over and over, and we'll talk about this too when we do Sabrina's slides, because I think Sabrina's probably going to have her own slide, like her own stream. I don't even know if we're going to talk about other girls that week. We'll see. Because the discourse around Sabrina is pretty hefty. But one of the things I keep seeing that's really bothering me is people trying to be like, oh, we're not criticizing Sabrina. She's signed to like a really big label, so she's probably not even the one making all these decisions about like her album artwork and stuff. And like, no. If you actually look into the career of Sabrina Carpenter, it is pretty clear that at this moment in her career, she is definitely the creative lead. There's no fucking way that her team is setting her up to do these like controversial photo shoots without her approval. Sabrina Carpenter has final say over her album cover, and to say anything else is really just like ignoring the actual context of Sabrina's career at this point. On the other hand, though, when you have someone like JoJo, who, when you look into her career, is clearly not the creative lead here, is clearly just kind of going along with what her team wants her to do to some extent. I'm sure she can push back and be like, oh, I don't want to do that song, I want to do that song, whatever. But she's not the one really making her schedule. She's really not. It's always been JoJo Siwa, the production, not JoJo Siwa, the person, throughout her entire life. But people would rather ignore that right now so that they could make fun of her individually. And that's just kind of fucking crazy to me, how people will move the needle around to whatever is the most convenient way for them to criticize somebody. And yes, people are talking about both Ophi and Little Shop of Ali. They both had very good videos defending JoJo, which I'm glad that people are, because it's getting really crazy, and I'm going to talk about that too. As Ophi has coined, the misogyny slop ecosystem that has swallowed up this discourse, it's really, really getting... Oh my God. I was close that time. It's really getting out of control. There's Gaga again. But so the song isn't really that awful, but it's causing a lot of discourse. Now, on the lighter end of that, Kim Carnes, who did the most famous cover of the song, has taken some shots at JoJo. She said it felt a bit too close to the OG, which I don't even know which... The OG... Kim Carnes' version is also a cover. Like, it's just not the original. But okay, whatever. It's the most famous version. She said, when I first saw my original performance placed side by side... Okay, well, your original performance, not your original song... And then layered on top of a new version of Betty Davis' Eyes, I can only speak to how it initially struck me. The phrasing, the tone, even the little inflections, it felt a little bit too close. And that's also, again, like I said before, that if you listen to the vocal performance of Kim Carnes' version and the vocal performance of JoJo's version, JoJo's not doing something totally bizarre here. It's just bizarre put onto the instrumental that she was given, and it's bizarre given the auto-tune that someone put on it. But it's not like a weird way to perform this song as like a vocalist. She says, I'm all for female artists lifting each other up. This business can be brutal, and I strongly reject the kind of hate and personal attacks I've seen online, whether directed at me, JoJo Siwa, or anyone else. That kind of behavior doesn't belong in music or anywhere. At the same time, I believe artists have the right to speak openly about how something makes them feel, especially when it's as personal as your voice. These days, our voice is one of the few things we truly own. So when it feels like your voice is being borrowed, it strikes a deeply personal chord. Okay, but it was also her voice too. Like, she did sing it herself. It's not like they literally just took your vocal track, your stems, and put it on a different song. Like, JoJo's just doing a cover, and she's kind of imitating you a bit. Like, I get you saying that it's too close to home, but it's just this is so unnecessary to me. You just didn't need to say anything at all. Especially when JoJo's version is already getting so much shit. Like, if we go back, look at the comments for this. Your voice sounds like it hurts. The rasp and the autotune fighting each other. Well, that's kind of true. We should all give Rebecca Black an apology. Never thought I'd miss Karma. I'm so glad Betty Davis isn't alive to hear this. She's in her trad wife era. We'll talk about that. Former Dance Moms star JoJo Siwa threatens to release music. Like, every single comment is negative. Every single one. You just don't need to add on to it at all. Oh, this one's nice. Anyone confused, look up Betty Davis. It's a concept shoot. JoJo, you look amazing that you went for it. That's nice. But every other thing is just mean. So I don't know why Kim thought that she even needed to weigh in. I'm glad that she said the thing about, I strongly reject the kind of hate and personal attacks I've seen online. But then she even said whether directed at me, JoJo Siwa, or anyone else. It's like, well, you couldn't even just say directed at JoJo, because that's the person who's currently getting it. But okay, I guess she tried. Yeah, and we do, as everyone's saying, we do owe Rebecca Black an apology. But that's not related to this. Or maybe it is related to this in terms of like, hey, in about 10 years, we're probably going to look back on this and be like, oh, we were being really shitty. The same way that we were shitty to Rebecca. But no, people just want to use it as like, oh, Friday was a better song than this. But this whole thing is taken over. Oh, they've changed it already. I literally looked earlier at her Wikipedia page earlier today, and they had the photo from the Betty Davis Eyes cover as her, like, actual photo. Like, people are just deciding that this is just what she looks like now. Because it's completely taken over her, like, public presence. But JoJo did respond gracefully, I thought, to Kim and other stuff. First of all, it's like Siwa tells Today.com in a Zoom interview. Every time I read one of these articles about, like, JoJo Siwa responds, it's never, or not never, but it's very rarely an outlet reporting on an interview that she gave another outlet. It is almost always reporting on an interview that JoJo gave that outlet, because JoJo is just constantly doing interviews at these different outlets. Like, her team is working her into the fucking ground. She is always doing interviews. She is always doing appearances. She's always posting online. It's genuinely kind of upsetting to see. This girl needs a break. She says, oh, where's the part where she responds to Kim? Okay, right here. Kim kind of came out and said some stuff, but it actually fascinates me what she said. As an artist, what you want to do is inspire people, and I think the most beautiful thing is to have another artist be inspired by you. For one, Siwa says that she has very broken vocal cords that make it possible for her to kind of replicate Karn's style of singing. She also didn't want to sing the song like a natural beauty. I wanted to sing this song the way it inspired me. You want the rasp in there. The raspier I get, the better it is. So my voice is just screwed after, but worth it absolutely. No, girl, there's other ways to do that. Now I'll incorporate that super raspy tone into more. And I think, honestly, if that's what she wants to do, I don't think the raspiness is, again, the problem. I think the problem is the production and the auto-tune they put on top of her voice. But if she got different producers, if she worked with, like, musicians and producers who were actually competent in making the kind of music that she would actually sound good making, yeah, she could have a raspy kind of vibe to her music. I don't think that would be bad at all. But yeah, I just thought that her response here was very kind. Just saying, like, oh, I was inspired, and I think that it's good to be inspired by people. JoJo taking the high route yet again. Good for her. But also it does kind of suck because it's kind of clear that part of the reason that JoJo is fairly good at taking all this criticism in stride is because of the fact that she grew up in an environment where adults were always yelling at her and telling her that she needed to suck it up. A la Dance Moms and the way that she was treated there. It's like the building blocks are just so clearly right in front of everybody that, yeah, of course, JoJo can have the whole world mock her because she had Abby Lee Miller yelling at her throughout her entire life and was told that if she didn't just take it, that she was a brat. So it's sad. Victoria Monet weighed in as well. This one I kind of get because Victoria was doing like a fashion thing, like where she was rating people's outfits, and this one came up, but it just sucks. It's just adding to this pile of people just shitting on her. So this Victoria Monet said, love you so much, love the rainbows, but you gotta let him or her or they go, talking about her stylist. And that's probably true. There's probably a lot of people JoJo needs to let go. But when you're Victoria Monet and you also work in the same industry that JoJo works in, which is music, maybe just don't say anything mean about her right now because it's just getting a lot. It's getting a lot. But then JoJo is responding to ones on TikTok.
Taste to make it police. Out of boy, think these boys you got. Betty Davis eyes.
Like, she just... And I would like to know, too, is whose idea is it for her to even react to that? Is it JoJo herself who wanted to react to it, or is it other people who are like, hey, watch these TikToks of people being shitty to you to prove that you have a sense of humor? I don't know. It's so sad to me.
Oh, just running. Taste the make the police. Out of boy. Thinks he's a spice you got.
But she's keeping on.
Siwa in the biopic of... This is me auditioning to play JoJo Siwa in the biopic of JoJo Siwa. I did forget how the song starts, that's what was happening. Okay, here we go. And she'll tease you, she'll tease you, all the better just to please you. She's ferocious, and she knows just what it takes to make a girl blush. The boys think she's a smart guy. Betty Davis.
She's keeping a good sense of humor about it, which is good. But it just kind of reminds me that why does she have to keep a good sense of humor about it? And why is she so good at keeping a good sense of humor? Because people just keep being mean to her, and there's really nothing else for her to do than to project, like, a feeling of unbotheredness. Which is just not really a position for any 22-year-old who's figuring their shit out to be in. But yeah, so the big thing around this, and I knew it immediately, the second that I saw the original TikTok, I was like, oh, fuck. Her team is setting her up to get made fun of, because that snippet doesn't sound very good, and it sounds bad in a way that seems very preventable. They're setting her up, and then on top of it, the fact that she had this kind of like 50s-ish hairdo, I knew immediately, I was like, here come the trad wife accusations. Here they come. So first of all, I want us to all just really get this image in our minds. This is what everyone is calling a trad wife. This is the full outfit. I don't want to be mean here, especially because we're trying to be nice to JoJo. And this is not the nicest thing for me to say, but that outfit's too ugly to be a trad wife outfit. It just is. Like, this is still so, like, it's very camp. It's very exaggerated. And it's also, like, kind of ugly. You know? Like, a little bit. And that's okay. That is okay. But that's not stopping anyone. So first of all, I think we should acknowledge what everyone is saying is a trad wife outfit is very clearly JoJo just trying to evoke Betty Davis. So she said, did a photo shoot inspired by Betty Davis. Now, I will say, in terms of Betty Davis looks, I think there are other ones that would evoke some of her more iconic looks a little bit better. Like, I don't think this is great Betty Davis cosplay. It's kind of just more of like standard mid-century actress cosplay. But we know that JoJo Siwa isn't the best when it comes to her knowing her history, you know? Like, do I think that she's really sitting down digging into old Betty Davis movies? Probably not. She's probably just kind of aware of who Betty Davis is and thinks that she's like cool enough that she's like, oh, I could do a Betty Davis kind of outfit. And to her, that just means like a 50s outfit. And that's fine. You know, she's a young girl. She doesn't have to like She doesn't have to have super specific references. Though I do think it would maybe help her, especially in some of her moments in which she says some pretty silly things about, you know, inventing gay pop or whatever. Or when she said back in the day when Harry Styles is on the cover of Vogue, and it's like, okay, well, your back in the day, I guess, only stretches so far back. But whatever, okay? JoJo is... She's not like an encyclopedia of knowledge. But she still is clearly trying to do a Betty Davis style thing. And Betty Davis, not a trad wife. Not at all. Not even in the slightest. The idea of Betty Davis being a trad wife is stupid and ahistorical and also dumb. Ophi did talk about that in her video. That was one of the focuses, so if you guys want to learn more about that, you should watch Ophi's video. But also, it's like, Betty Davis is one of the most iconic actresses in film history, and I just think that fact alone should be like, oh, okay, clearly not a trad wife. Clearly a woman with a full-time job. What about that? Was all that traditional to you? Especially at that time. Stupid. But I want to talk about the concept of a trad wife for a second. Because this is like a term that keeps getting used and keeps getting lobbied at women that people don't really like or have some sort of grievance with because of how they present themselves online and how attainable their images, I guess. It's very much the kind of rage that gets directed at people who get classified as trad wives. It's very similar to rage that would get directed at, like, Martha Stewart when she was coming up and when she was a big thing, where a lot of women feel pressured to exude a certain type of femininity that does take a lot of labor and does take a lot of work, and that conforms with certain, like, gender ideals. It's something that Martha Stewart was very good at achieving in terms of the housekeeping that she was portraying in her various, I don't know, like her TV show and her cookbooks or whatever, her website, her blog. It's something that just, Martha Stewart, it seems to come very natural for her. And that pisses a lot of people off. Because it's like the unfair beauty standard conversation of, like, how dare you be so good at something that so many other women are pressured to be and don't ever achieve to the same level. But then there's an added thing onto it too, with the trad wife thing, where it gets associated with a very particular movement and a very particular ideology that is harmful to women's place in the world and women's progress in society. So it's not just, like, petty criticisms being lobbied at people of, like, you're doing something that other people can't achieve very easily, how dare you? There's also this additional thing of, like, and that makes you a conservative freak. And that's not always a very fair thing to put onto everyone who gets this label. So what is a trad wife? This is from a People magazine article. It is pretty good at breaking down the issue. It says, despite the term being generally understood as a woman who advocates for conventional gender norms in a relationship, there isn't a single concrete definition. At its core, the most fundamental aspects of a trad wife are domesticity and upholding the traditional roles of homemaker for women and breadwinner for men. However, the lens with which one defines traditional gender roles also differs in this context, with some analysis pointing towards the trend explicitly exercising mid-20th century Mad Men-esque norms, and other noting influencers like I don't know who that is. performing more 19th century homestead wife vibes. Regardless of what time period the content is supposed to mimic, the essence is generally unmistakable from one trad wife to another. It is defined as a movement that's part aesthetic and part ideology, encouraging women to embrace supposedly feminine characteristics like chastity and submissiveness, and trade feminist empowerment for a patriarchal vision of gender norms. So, it's something that kind of, the term trad wife has existed prior to TikTok, but it starts really being lobbied against people during like the TikTok era, especially in COVID, where a lot of more people were doing like household type content, you know, stuff about like making your own bread or cleaning the house when everyone was already trapped inside. It got very popular. And so there's kind of there's multiple things happening here. There's people who are actual trad wives, who actually subscribe to an ideology that is very prescriptive in terms of its gender norms. So that's where we have Estie Williams. She is an actual like trad wife. She identifies as a homemaker. She will kind of do this like, it's not double speak, but it's similar in terms of, she says things that are a little contradictory, where she's like, well, I'm not saying that this is for everybody. This is just what I like, even though in her actual content, she is specifically prescribing this as like, this is a feminine thing to do, is to be a homemaker, is to be a wife, is to be submissive to your husband. So even though you're saying that like, not everyone has to do this, you are associating doing this with feminine identification in general. So let's find... Oh, is she probably...
I myself am strange and unusual.
Oh, I'm gonna get copyright claimed for whatever the fuck that was. Probably that too. Yeah, POV, your husband is on the way home. So it's all just kind of about servicing her husband, doing things that... Here's a good one.
Welcome to my channel. Today I wanted to talk about how to make the home amazing. Being a traditional wife is so much more than just cooking and cleaning and wearing house dresses. It is taking your house and making it a home. And not only that, but making your home the most enjoyable place you possibly can for yourself, for your family. That's part of being a traditional wife. We wives budget down hard. I think that is the most realistic part about being a traditional wife, is that it's not all glamorous all the time. There is times where you don't get what you want, and that's okay. So,
I hate that there's like nothing in that cup. There's something at like the very bottom, but it's just so clearly a prop.
I used to do that. We make our coffee at home for the most part. That doesn't mean we don't go out to a coffee shop like ever.
So she's like trying to give people kind of prescriptive stuff of like how you can be a trad wife. And a lot of it does come down to how women are supposed to act and how men are supposed to act. And she also just personally identifies as a trad wife. Like us trad wives. So this is an example of someone who genuinely is. Yeah, I used to think being ultra feminine made me look weak. Now I realize it's my superpower. Ugh, little gross. Little gross. Then, however, you have someone like Nara Smith, who probably gets this label more than anyone, and has never once identified as a trad wife, and also is just pretty clearly not one. But if you've never watched Nara's videos before, First of all, they're so camp. They're so camp. She wears these like very extravagant or like just very nice clothing while making her food. And she'll do stuff where she's like, my husband wanted corn on the cob, so I went and I planted corn. Like she just takes the most roundabout ways to make something for herself or for her husband or for her kids. Like if she wants to make her kids a PB&J, she will make the bread from scratch. She will make peanut butter. She will make jelly. She's not just getting a jar of peanut butter, a jar of jelly, bread, etc. She is, she's paid by the Mormon church though. No, she's not. She's said multiple times that she's not Mormon and people keep telling her that she is. But it's a lot of it is kind of, okay, so I watched an interview with her earlier today and I'm going to play some clips of that. But some context here. Number one, why does she wear the outfits that she wears? Because she used to be a fashion model. That's it. She likes fashion. She wants to wear cute clothes. That's what she does. And she also, when she started doing it, she said that like Chanel would start like sending her stuff to wear in videos. So that's why she does it. It's not just like I'm cute and I never, though it is pretty remarkable, she's never actually spilled anything on herself while she's making food. So there's that part of it. That's why she's always wearing these outfits. Number two, why is she making everything from scratch? Sometimes I definitely do think it's like a joke and like it's her playing into a bit, but she also talked about how she has lupus and eczema, and there are things that she was eating that were just like causing inflammation for her. So she started making her own food because then she knew all the ingredients that were going into it. Now, she did say stuff in that interview about like processed food and stuff that I don't love. I don't love that language of people being like, oh, I'm against processed food. Yeah, I heard her and her husband smell bad. I've heard that too. That's a rumor. I don't know if it's true. I think that's people just maybe spreading a joke, but I wouldn't really be surprised because she does seem like the type to do like the all natural deodorant, which it never really does the job. But as far as the food goes, yeah, she just had like inflammation issues, and so she wanted to make her own food, and so that's how that happened. She also just likes cooking, and she's talked about that. She just enjoys cooking and wanted to do it in a video. Her voice, she talks with a very like shallow, not shallow, but like soft, whispery voice. That's become her thing now, but it was something that she just started doing because her kids were sleeping near her, so she just had to do that. But that's become part of her thing. People talk about the fact that she's 23. She is, I think, pregnant with her 4th child, which is very young, but she also started modeling when she was like 14, was like a professional model. So she had a very established career very early into her life. She met a guy when she was like 18. They got married really quickly and they wanted to have kids quickly because she said that she just wanted to have her kids young so that when she's like 40, that all of her kids will be out of the house, which, okay, I don't want to have kids at all. And I think that having your kids when you're 18 is a little ridiculous, but who am I to judge? If I don't want to have children at all, I just can't even really relate to the want to give birth in the first place. But I don't know how I would feel if I wanted children. Maybe I would be like, oh, okay, yeah, you know for sure what you want at 18. I mean, I guess I knew at 18 that I didn't want them at all. So I don't know. That's not my place to judge. She had them young. She's still having them young. She's indicated that this is going to be her last kid. So I don't think that there's any sort of like religious thing of like she's anti-birth control, and she's never said anything anti-birth control. I think she literally just wanted to have this many kids this young. It was just part of her plan. She would absolutely slay ASMR. Yeah. And she talked about that in the interview too, that she is also just kind of like a fan of ASMR content and stuff. So that's kind of what she emulates. What she does is very just funny and camp, and it's fine.
I have a big sweet tooth, but when he mentioned going to grab some cherry Starburst today, I told him to sit back down and I would just make him some really quick. I soaked my gelatin sheet in cold water, wringed that out, put that aside to melt, And in the meantime, I mixed some sugar, water, corn syrup, put that on the stove to heat up, and mixed up some coconut
So that's her
oil,
content.
corn
And people do think it's a little extra, and it is. But if this is the thing that makes her a trad wife, is the fact that she's making Starburst from scratch, is Claire from the Bon Appetit Test Kitchen a trad wife? Like, this is literally just like an art that people do. This is like a culinary, like people who are good at making food do this kind of stuff sometimes. And yeah, you can see I'm a Starburst, and I wouldn't even know how to make a Starburst. That's funny. I gotta get it even. Okay, close enough. Like, I just don't... There's a big leap here between, like, she makes Starburst from scratch and she believes that women's place is in the kitchen. You know? You know? But I want to play... Because I was curious about it, because I've always seen her get these accusations of trad wifery. And I always thought that was kind of unfair because she's just making, like, fun content.
Dinner, shall we? I'm exhausted.
And she's never really
Baby's
said
taking,
anything
been in the kitchen all
to
day,
indicate any
so
sort
I
of
just
specific ideology. But I was like, you know what? Let me seek out, I want to hear what Nara Smith actually has to say, because I've never really heard from her and heard her take on all this. And she happened to do an interview with Jay Shetty pretty recently. And I don't know much about Jay Shetty. And I don't want to judge him too much, but he seems very corporate to me. Like, I don't know, the whole spiritual thing while he's interviewing like all these famous, I don't know. It weirds me out a little bit. But maybe I'm having the reaction to Jay Shetty that a lot of people have towards like Nara Smith. And maybe I'm being unfair. I don't know. But anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge that since we are going to play some Jay Shetty content here. I don't know much about him, but there's something about him that I don't fully trust.
Right now, there's such
He seems a little industry plantish to me, I guess, is the thing. Is that I don't know how he got all these interviews with all these famous people so quickly in his career, but whatever. But it's fine.
a big conversation around gender roles and around expectations.
Yeah.
And by the way, me and Radhi get the same thing that you guys get. So people always say to me, you're so lucky you got a traditional wife. And you're so lucky that you got a wife who loves. And I'm like, Radhi loves cooking.
Right.
Like she doesn't cook because it's a woman's role based on tradition. She cooks because she loves cooking. And I don't cook because I'm terrible at it. And if I loved cooking, I would cook.
Yes.
And by the way, Radhi works. She's got an incredible cookbook. She's a New York Times bestselling author. She's like creating all this amazing content. Like Radhi's got an amazing business of her own. It's not even divided that way, but it's interesting how these perceptions have settled into society. You challenge them because of what you just said. How do you encourage people to like think about that? Like how to get out of that kind of expectation and role and kind of find your own values in time?
I feel like that's something I sometimes struggle with my online presence. It's people love projecting things onto me and kind of how I live my life just because I cook for my husband because it's my love language and I love cooking. They project onto it that I'm in the kitchen and trapped and I'm just at home and he's the breadwinner and all of these things. And I'm like, no. I work. I'm very busy. I travel almost every week. I have kids that I raise. I love being in the kitchen because it's a passion of mine, not because I have to. And sometimes I feel like this is where social media gets tricky for me personally is it doesn't matter how much I voice those things and try to make people understand that I am actually a full-time working mom, that they just don't want to get it. They use me as this poster child of this like very traditional wife, and I'm not. There's nothing truly traditional about us as a couple apart from maybe that we chose to have kids young and get married young, but apart from that, we split chores 50-50. There's things that Lucky does that I guess traditional men wouldn't do, like do the dishes or get the kids dressed or do their hair or whatever it may be that people don't associate with a traditional man. And there's things that I do, like having a full-time career and having Lucky be home watching the children while I travel for 2 weeks, which is, I guess, not traditional in their mind. It's odd. And I feel like people see that side of my life and I voice that side of my life, but they still don't want to accept it. So I've just kind of learned to, I'm going to do me. And whoever resonates with that, great. If they don't, then there's nothing really I can do to change their minds.
Yeah. And that's a really hard thing to grapple with.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, I remember when me and Bradley first used to create.
Yeah, and then I saw someone said, I mean, to be fair, Candace Owens also preaches trad wife ideals while also being a working woman and not calling herself a trad wife. I think there's a discussion we can have. Yeah, but this is the thing, is that Nara isn't preaching any sort of ideals. She's literally just making food in her kitchen. She's never said anything about women's roles or gender in that regard. She's never been prescriptive in anything that she's said. She's just existing, and people are projecting these things onto her. And then I also thought this part of the conversation was pretty telling. And I did see someone said something about there being an echo, but I only saw one person say it, so it must not be that bad. But I wouldn't even know how to fix that, because there's no, I mean, I have my headphone in. That's the only thing I could think of, is that it's coming through my microphone, but it couldn't be because I have my headphone in. But hopefully that whatever echo isn't too bad. But this part I thought was fairly telling, and just something that I think we should maybe all keep in mind when we're interacting with things on the internet.
When your mind can't separate the two, you have to physically
do it.
Yeah, you actually have to have two separate things.
Because it got so bad after.
There is an echo, but I don't know how to get rid of it then. That's weird. Because I don't have, sounds like you have two audio sources, but I don't have, it's just this one. Let me look. No, there's nothing else that could have made this. I have no idea.
I had, like, towards the end of my pregnancy with my third, I just had whimsy. But that's kind of when everything picked up and people had all of these opinions. And I just remember how badly I was struggling reading all of these comments. I would be crying every single day. I would tell Lucky, like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to leave the house. I didn't want to interact with anyone because all the comments and the hate got to me so bad, especially being in the last little stretch of my pregnancy and then with all the postpartum hormones. And I just realized that if I keep reading these comments, I won't be happy ever again. And it also felt weird now in hindsight, looking back. Why am I giving them the power to make me feel some sort of way about myself, even though that's nowhere near to what my reality is? And I think sometimes the lines of social media and reality can get blurred to where I am not that, so why would I even entertain that enough for me to go home and cry?
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear
That's
that.
okay.
I can't imagine being pregnant, the whole.
But yeah, I just thought that was telling in terms of how this criticism has affected her, even though she feels like it doesn't even apply to her life. Because here's the thing too, is that, and yeah, right here, I do think that projecting large societal issues on women instead of like politicians is a big thing on the internet right now. Exactly. I think that a lot of people are taking these criticisms of like choice feminism, which is something that I think you could say that Estie Williams is benefiting from when she specifically says things that are like prescriptive or trying to be prescriptive of femininity and of gender roles, but then is like falling back on this thing of like, well, it's just my choice. That's just what I do. That's just what I think is right. Like, she is benefiting from that. But a lot of other people are using criticisms of choice feminism, especially as like the reason you should be criticizing choice feminism is because of the way that it gets used by like marketers. Kind of like Estie Williams is like marketing herself and her own values in that way, but also the ways that throughout the 2010s, a lot of different like cosmetic companies and stuff would latch onto feminist sounding buzzwords like empowerment and freedom or whatever to like sell you patriarchy in a sense, like sell you these beauty standards that are patriarchal in nature because they're co-opting feminist discourse in a very like cynical, capitalistic way. That's where like choice feminism criticism comes in, is when you're talking about stuff like that, or when you're just talking about like, hey, not everything that every woman does and every choice every woman makes, even if that's the right choice for them, that doesn't inherently mean that they're doing something feminist. Like, I would never say that Nara Smith is, that like her content is feminist. I just think that it's like fun, you know? Like that's it. Not everything a woman does has to be feminist or anti-feminist. Some things women do are just the things that women do because they're human beings and they exist in the same world that we all exist within. You know? That's the choice feminist argument. Like, that's what we should be focusing on. But people are taking anti-choice feminist rhetoric as a way to justify their criticisms of individual women. And that's not very feminist either. Like, whether or not you can say that Nara Smith is doing something feminist by making her starburst from scratch, it's so stupid compared to the idea of like, is it feminist to criticize Nara Smith for just existing, to make her the center point of a conversation that she did not agree to be in? Like, the point of criticizing choice feminism is acknowledging how progress for gender equality is not marked by the personal choices of individual women. It's not a reason to criticize the choices of individual women and make yourself seem so righteous in doing so. It's just fucking stupid, and it's just mean for the sake of being mean. And for the sake of putting all the like blame of the patriarchy onto random fucking women who are just minding their business. Yeah, as Clara says, a lot of people on Twitter seem to think choice feminism is certain women's choices are bad for the world, and them being happy with said choices is bad for feminism or something. Yeah. Yeah, and Ophi talked about this a lot too in her video about Sabrina Carpenter and the anti-choice feminist rhetoric that's being used inappropriately towards Sabrina. But this is sort of what I was talking about in one of the last streams too, of I think a lot of us just feel so fucking helpless right now because of the systems that are very like intent on oppressing a lot of us at the moment. That it's like, well, we can't really defeat the systems, but we can make Nara Smith feel bad. We can make Nara cry. We can make people who listen to Sabrina Carpenter feel like they're doing something bad. It's just a way for us to feel some amount of control. But now it's getting lobbied at JoJo Siwa. And I think this is just kind of like the peak of the entire discourse. Because at least if you look at Nara Smith, I can be like, okay, I get what you're saying there. She is projecting or portraying a pretty like traditional lifestyle, at least on camera, at least what you see on the TikTok. She looks gorgeous. She's doing her cooking stuff in like big white gowns that she's not spilling anything onto. There's something there about like a fantasy of a traditional wife, for sure. This does not, come on. Come on. This is what a trad wife looks like to you? And the thing about it too is that it's so clearly just one photo shoot. If you look at JoJo Siwa's TikToks, which I've been doing a lot of recently, I've been getting it's like she keeps getting shit on in all these different ways, and it keeps getting me further into the JoJo Siwa lore in ways that I didn't really want to be involved. But now I'm like constantly going onto JoJo's TikToks and being like, what's she up to? you look at JoJo's TikToks and like her daily posts, she doesn't dress like this. And that's what's so crazy is the amount of people that are saying that this is her new rebrand. No, it isn't. It was a photo shoot for a song that was pretty blatantly called Betty Davis Eyes. This is not her new thing. Oh my God, I almost got it. Fuck. Oh, I see it. Shit. And even if it was her new thing, this is still, I mean, those shorts. I think the shorts in and of itself. If you're calling her a trad wife with these fucking shorts on, I just don't even know what to say to you. And the crop top. This is not... If she walked onto Wisteria Lane like this... just immediately dead. Immediately killed off. Yeah, exactly. Like Ophi said, the shorts end the conversation. They do. They do. But, oh, fuck. But not for some people. Because immediately after, everyone ran to call JoJo a trad wife, called it a new grift. And I'm going to go through a lot of these. I'm not going to watch the videos, but the last time I brought up this video from Anna Marie Forcino, and I did have some people tell me that the content of Anna's video is a little bit, well, is a lot more generous toward JoJo than the title and thumbnail imply. Now, I admitted the last time when I brought this up that I hadn't watched the video, and she might have said something way more nuanced and way more agreeable within the content of the video, but that to me, it didn't really make that much of a difference because I think the thumbnail and the title is bad enough. And what I mean by that is that JoJo Siwa, and the reason that she titled it this way, not JoJo titled it this way, but the reason Anna titled it this way, that everybody hates JoJo Siwa, and it has 1.4 million views, is because everyone, in fact, is hating on JoJo Siwa right now. This is just one of many, many, many videos where people are outwardly bullying JoJo for things that are pretty inconsequential, especially in terms of, like, larger social discourse. Like, I guess the thing that Anna was talking about here, that the main criticism she has for JoJo is the fact that she cheated on her partner, which, I'm sorry, that's fucking stupid. I think it's ridiculous in terms of the whole framing of that relationship and the fact that like, she's getting called a cheater when she didn't even make out with the guy. And I get, again, like, it was inappropriate for sure for someone in a monogamous relationship, but it was also someone in a monogamous relationship of 5 months. Not like years, but 5 months. And she was in this environment where she, like, literally could not get away from the person that she was having these feelings for, you know? Like, it's not like she could have separated herself from Chris when she started to feel a certain way toward him. She was trapped in the Big Brother house. Yeah, the relationship developed. I think it's just a little bit disingenuous to, like, call her a cheater for that, when she didn't even make out with the guy. But whatever, you want to call her a cheater, fine. I guess we have different takes on the situation. To even make that such a huge point of your video, and I didn't watch the video still, but I did look in the comments, and the comments are full of people being like, why, like, here's, I'm trying to, like, gather my thoughts, because I don't want to be too inflammatory here, but the way that people are using the cheating thing as a way to continuously dogpile onto JoJo, even when they know that she is being unfairly portrayed in a lot of other ways, it's very similar to the hate campaigns against people like Amber Heard and Blake Lively. It's not exactly the same. Obviously, what happened to those women was quite a bit worse because it involves like underminings of victim stories and whatnot. But while I think that the large bullying campaign against JoJo is genuine, it's not the same product of like a PR firm the same way that the hate campaigns against Blake and Amber are, or were, or I guess still are in a sense. Though with Amber it's not as like active at the moment. But even though those were like concerted efforts by a PR firm, what those PR firms are doing is they are trying to mimic the kind of hate campaign that springs up organically like this one against JoJo Siwa. They are doing the same things that they watch videos like this do, where no matter what your opinion is on the big things that they're getting called out for, which with Blake, it's like the allegations of sexual harassment that she made that is like at the center of the campaign against her. And with Amber, it's like the abuse allegations against Johnny. Those are like the center points of those hate campaigns. But they find ways, these PR firms, to build it out so that whatever you think of that core thing, you always have some other reason to hate them. There's always something else that you can go like, oh, I think that maybe Johnny was kind of abusive toward Amber, but she didn't donate that money to the children's hospital. Even though that's kind of a lie. But even if it was true, even if it was true that she faked her donations or whatever, or lied for clout, it's still just an irrelevant point to the larger conversation. But it's something that someone else can point to, even if they agree that Amber is a victim of something, they can go, but she's still a bad person. The same thing with the Blake Lively shit. You might think that she was a victim of sexual harassment, but coincidentally, as that stuff is coming out, there's also this renewed interest in her plantation wedding. Which obviously, yeah, plantation weddings are bad. And that's a more legitimate reason to criticize someone, because that does relate to like larger structural problems and prejudices in our culture. But it's still just irrelevant to the core of why she's in conversation right now. But it's something that you can always point to and be like, yeah, Blake probably shouldn't be sexually harassed, but fuck her still because of the plantation. Like, it's just a way for there to always be space for you to hate somebody. And with JoJo, while Anna Marie might be saying that, hey, we shouldn't be biphobic toward JoJo because she's entitled to change her mind about her sexual orientation, though even still, it's like, girl, this is a pretty egregious thumbnail. Like, let's be honest. But even aside from all that, you pair that commentary with like, oh, we shouldn't be biphobic toward JoJo, but it wasn't okay for her to cheat on her girlfriend. You're just giving space to the hate campaign. You're widening the conversation so that someone always has a reason to criticize JoJo. And in this instance, it's fucking stupid too, because it's not even like, it's not even a big structural thing the same way that a plantation wedding is, where it's indicative of like historical racism. It's literally just an interpersonal conflict between strangers and young strangers. I mean, I think Anna is probably not that much older than JoJo, or maybe they're the same age. And then the ex is a bit older, 27. But still, it's like, these are young people who have kind of messy public relationships. but they're ultimately relationships that don't affect anybody else. So to make the cheating such a center point of the criticism against JoJo, it's just ridiculous. It shouldn't even come up. Not to the degree that it is. And then part of the reason that I brought hers up as like an example was because this was the one that just kept showing up on my homepage. This was the one that YouTube was like, oh, you're gonna want to see this. And I was like, do I? What is it that I'm watching that makes you think I wanted to watch this particular video? That's how I feel every time Stephanie Lang comes up on my For You page, even though I don't subscribe to her and I've never really watched any of her videos. Clearly, something else that I'm watching is getting us put into the same audience. And that's a little worrying. Oh, Google says Anna is 26. Oh. All right, well. But anyway, I brought this one up because I'm like, it's just a representative example of a larger problem. But whether or not the content inside the video is a little bit more nuanced than the title and thumbnail suggest, the title and thumbnail contribute to the larger ecosystem around JoJo Siwa that is within, it is one niche within the larger misogyny slop ecosystem. And so I'm going to go through, the other day, I just typed in JoJo Siwa into YouTube, and I'm going to show you everything, not everything that came up, but a lot of the stuff that came up. These are just the results when you search her name. At least they were for my algorithm. And I don't watch like misogyny slop stuff. So the fact that this is even coming up for me is pretty concerning. So there's JoJo Siwa is disgusting. This person put a fake, similar to what Anna did here with fake quotes. A fake tweet that says, I was never gay, I lied, LOL. We have another one from this user, or no, not that user, but I think they do come up later. But there's another one that's similar thumbnail. I lied about being gay, LOL. This person even took the time to put June 1st as the timestamp for this, because that's the other thing, is that people are like, oh my God, she had a boyfriend during Pride Month. Ah. Time isn't even real. Shut up. JoJo Siwa's rebrand is a complete disaster because, again, apparently this is a rebrand. An outfit that she wore one time. Fuck LGBTQ. JoJo Siwa, queer icon to straight trad wife? Question mark. And I'm sorry, especially like this is the photo that they're using to signify the queer icon part. As if when she was wearing this outfit, she was lauded as like the greatest lesbian of her time. No, she was fucking mocked during this era too. You're just now all rewriting it to be like, oh my God, you were such a celebrated queer icon just like a year ago. What happened? As if the outfit that JoJo wasn't wearing in this photo shoot wasn't still pretty fucking gay. H3. Love it. Love to be in the same category that he's making videos in. I think everyone should be super proud of themselves for that one. JoJo Siwa has officially lost it. This one has 1 million views with a channel I've never heard of, but I guess they're verified, so they must have a lot of subscribers. I don't know. JoJo Siwa's trad wife era just got worse. They are doing another doctored tweet that says, I belong in the kitchen. JoJo Siwa just lost her mind. I'm a straight wife and pregnant. This is another thing. They're all obsessed with the idea that JoJo Siwa is pregnant. It's actually really, really gross. And I tried to find, I'm like, because it comes up in so many of these thumbnails, this idea that she's pregnant. And I was like, did she say anything that indicated she was pregnant? So I like searched it, and the only thing I could find that even like approached that is a thing where she's making fun of the idea that she's pregnant. She did 2 truths and a lie. And it was, I've never smoked a cigarette, I'm pregnant, and then the song comes out on Spotify Friday. Like, that's the only thing. And she's clearly making fun of rumors about her being pregnant. But that's the only thing that's ever even slightly indicated that she said that she's pregnant. But these fucking freaks want, because it's a part of their own idea of what a trad wife is, they're just envisioning her pregnant. It's like the second she got with a man, it's so gross how they were all just like, oh, you know what men do? They shoot jizz up into women's vaginas. I bet that's what he's doing to her. I bet she's pregnant. Like, that is literally the thought process here. It's like, she's with a dude now. She must be getting cream pied. Like, what is your problem? JoJo Siwa has totally lost her mind. I'm straight and pregnant. I'm gay. And okay, this photo, by the way, this is the one they keep comparing where they're like, what happened? This was a couple months ago. There is absolutely no reason to believe that JoJo doesn't still stand by the things that she was advocating for at this exact moment. It was just a few months ago, and all she's done in the meantime is put on a fucking crop top and done her hair a little bit differently than normal. That's literally the only thing that happened. JoJo Siwa's new trad wife look is worse than you think. She's pregnant. JoJo Siwa is pregnant. Team boy or team girl. She's pregnant. That's the name of that's what they wrote in the description too. They're just like, JoJo's pregnant. Explaining how JoJo Siwa became a trad wife if you're employed in, I think it's Wanna Know the Tea or something. JoJo Siwa has rebranded herself again. Fuck being a lesbian. Gay icon to trad wife. JoJo Siwa's new grift. Again, with the gay icon thing. It's like you all were celebrating her at this moment. Really? That's what you want me to believe? Like, oh my god, look how far she's fallen. You fucking hated her then too. JoJo Siwa is losing her mind. I'm a wife now. No. She didn't say that. God, look at those veneers, though. He might have edited that, but that really is how bright they are. JoJo Siwa's rebrand keeps getting worse. She got worse. JoJo Siwa, you good? Not again. Oh, shit. And then this one I saw earlier today. I was just like on YouTube, and I just saw goodbye JoJo Siwa. Number 1, straight. Number 2, new boyfriend. Number 3, pregnant. This is what is happening right now. So, like, yeah, we can go back and say that Anna Marie had more nuanced commentary within her video, but what does that thumbnail do? It does the same shit that all these other ones are doing. It is still participating. It is still contributing to this mass online dogpile of a young woman who really didn't do anything wrong. Not in this instance, at least. She did, you can criticize her for other stuff. She's done some other stuff wrong. But that's not why they're talking about this. They don't care about any of that. JoJo Siwa could have gotten away with the weird shit with her mom and that girl group that they went on tour with. She could have gotten away with that. And it's still not even, like, that's a valid reason to criticize her. I don't see it being brought up in any of this shit. It's only like, oh my god, she got a boyfriend. So people aren't even interested in, like, reaching out that far to find that valid of criticism. But even so, even that people would be willing to overlook if she wasn't just so cringe. That's really kind of it. It's the fact that she's cringe. And why is she cringe, by the way? What is it that makes JoJo Siwa cringe? Is it the fact that she doesn't really understand how other people see her, like normal, everyday people, because she's never been able to live like a normal life? She doesn't know what the average person would find embarrassing because she's never been an average person? She's always been surrounded by yes people and no people and people who control her daily existence, and she has a fucking toilet with her face on it. You know? Obviously, she's cringe. But that cringeness comes from the fact that she's kind of just a victim of child abuse. She's a person who's been working and making money for other people her entire fucking life. Yeah, she's gonna be kinda weird. I don't know what anybody expected. And then this happened. Oh, she does. She keeps everyone on their toes. I guess she didn't really even do this. Chris just volunteered this information himself. But yeah, I guess she calls his balls Jimmy and Timmy. Oh my god. And you know what? This... My cheeks hurt because it's making me smile so much. This is hilarious. If anyone else did that, this is the same thing. This is the way I felt too when her and Chris were peeing in the cat suits in like the litter box in Big Brother, and everyone was like, "Ew, girls." I'm like, that's hilarious. I love that they did that. I love that they did that. Her calling his balls Jimmy and Timmy and him just saying it in an E! News interview. I mean, it's just so funny. It's just so funny. Oh, I know that the person who made this graphic just really loved it the whole time. They were like, oh, hell yeah. It did kind of come up. I saw the interview that it came up in initially. They brought up the fact that she had said something about, she had a whole thing before about how she wanted to name her kids, what was it, Stewie, Dewey, and Louie? She wanted to have, like, triplets, and that whole thing was, that's another thing you could criticize her for, because some of the stuff she said about that was a little weird, but whatever. I think she's decided at this point that that was a stupid idea, but that's maybe just more of an indication of her being very, like, emotionally stunted and kind of just talking like a 12-year-old sometimes. But whatever, she said the Stewie, Dewey, Louie thing. They brought that up in an interview with Chris, and then he's like, oh, she must just like rhyming names because she calls my balls Jimmy and Timmy. And you know what? It came up in the conversation in a way where I was like, yeah, that is kind of like a natural... I see why he would say that. You know? It is funny, though. It's so fucking funny. But here's the thing, is that the internet can never be fucking normal. I did see some stuff that I thought was funny because E! News didn't mention this at all because I didn't know how else to bring it up, but E! News is ending. The TV show, E! News is done. I mean, they probably have to finish out their season, but they're not coming back, which is just kind of crazy for me because even though I haven't watched E! News in like a really long time, I used to watch it like obsessively when I was a teenager because I had a TV in my room. That's where I'd spend all my time, just with my door closed, and just watching the E! channel constantly, and that's why I'm like this, for better or for worse. But I used to watch E! News all the time, so it's crazy to me to think that it's, like, done. It's very similar to like, the Late Show on CBS and the Colbert thing, though that has some other stuff attached to it. But it's like, wow, I just never even considered that being a show that would stop existing. It just seemed like such a staple of the channels that they're on. But whatever, yeah, so E! News is ending. And I did see some people tweet, like, this must have been their final straw. They interviewed Chris and he said the thing about his balls and they were like, nope, we're done. But, so that was funny. But people are, again, just being fucking weird. Because immediately this gets put back into the misogyny slap ecosystem turnout. JoJo Siwa has gone too far. Diva, where is your dignity? Can a girl not have fun? Can a girl not name her boyfriend's balls? And just move on? What do you mean, where's your dignity? What does that even mean? How is naming your boyfriend's balls like a demeaning thing to do? To yourself. Maybe demeaning to your boyfriend. Because then it's like, oh, I'm just here for Jimmy and Timmy. But no, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. And also I don't even want to hear from a man about this. Like, you're gonna lecture a woman, a young 22-year-old woman, about whether or not it's a dignified thing to do to name your boyfriend's balls. Fuck right off. This is none of your business. Don't even talk about it. Oh my God. I'm just so tired. I'm so tired of all of it. Now, the one thing that I can say, this tweet is a little bit more reasonable. The JoJo Siwa got into a relationship with a man 10 years older than her and suddenly debuts a 1950s trad wife look and nobody is worried about her. Like, no, that's not one. I am worried about her. But the outfit is not why. I think she just put it on for like a minute. Took a few pictures and then took it off. Someone got a 10-minute ad break on this stream? That's crazy. Sorry. I can't control what YouTube does. Not in that regard. I could turn ads fully off, but it would be nice to have some money. But I wish I could tell them not to, like, I just wish you could had more control over, like, the amount of ads they show. Like, especially in a row. Whatever. But then, it makes me wonder how y'all don't see that this is a case of a young queer woman probably being manipulated and groomed. And, like, okay, here's the thing. Is there reason to be concerned about her dating such an older man? Like, he's, 31, 32, she's 22. She also, even aside from her being 22, she clearly just hasn't had the opportunity to emotionally mature the same way that a normal 22-year-old would. So I do think there's reason to be concerned, especially with how quickly they're moving. If they were moving at a much slower pace in their relationship, I wouldn't be as worried. But yeah, because there's like rumors about them starting a reality show together, and that's a little bit like, oh, I don't know about that. I don't love that. Oh, they meant the video had a 10-minute ad break to get to 15 minutes about her naming. Yeah, that's very possible. Or he was just mean for just 16 minutes straight, you know? I don't put that past a YouTuber, especially a male YouTuber. They're very good at just being mean for long periods at a time. But anyway. But okay, yeah, so there's reason to be concerned about what's happening with JoJo and her relationship and how quickly it's moving and the age gap and like just her general, like her life and the fact that she hasn't really had an opportunity to explore herself. It is a little bit worrying. But here's the thing. I still don't know how I feel about Chris as a person and his intentions. Everything I see from the two of them, he is just really nice to her from what I've seen. And when the whole internet is dogpiling on her because of a photo shoot she did, if you're really that concerned about Chris's influence over her, you maybe shouldn't be contributing to the ecosystem that is going to make her more vulnerable. Because from what I've seen of Chris, I think the reason that she likes him is the fact that he is really, really non-judgmental of her. And the rest of the world is very judgmental of her. So here's an example that I found particularly telling, because to me, it feels like a cute moment, but then it's like when you put it into the context of JoJo's entire relationship, or her, not just the relationship, but her entire life, it's like, oh, fuck. This is the thing that, like, if Chris is, like, a manipulative, abusive weirdo, which we don't know that he is, but if he is, this is the shit that's going to make her more vulnerable to it, because in a lot of ways, he's the only person on her side. This is on her TikTok.
I don't get it.
Oh shit.
I don't get it.
She's showing him the, like, infamous dream guest on my podcast clip. And trying to, like, show him one of the things that she gets made fun of.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Perfect.
Dream guest on my podcast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you answered the question.
Yeah.
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 Well, what's up with that?
You know, just my voice and what I looked like. People just love to pick on me.
But that is your voice, though.
Yeah.
When you get into something, your voice does go raspy. That's alright, though.
Can you try to say dream guest on my podcast the way that I did in that video?
Yeah, you went, dream guest on my podcast?
Yeah. What do you think of that?
Is it a Halloween thing?
No.
The thing?
No.
That wasn't Halloween?
No.
Nice though, I like it.
Thank you, Bob.
It's different, I like it.
Thank you. That's what I looked like in the Karma music video. So
oh yeah, so you just doing that. Yeah, that's good that.
Yeah.
I like it on your chin. It goes from your chin down through like your chest. Dream guest on my podcast.
Oh God, here we.
Answered it. I don't get what the issue is.
Yeah, I didn't either, but the world had a lot of fun with it.
Did they?
Yeah.
It's like, even when the whole world is making fun of her, he's like, oh, I don't get it. I don't get what about what you said was even weird. If you think that he's grooming her, you're making it pretty fucking easy for him to do that by being a dick to her all the time. By constantly judging everything that she does. Oh my God. Are these live streams recorded? Yeah, it'll stay up. I might get a copyright claim for something, because that happens sometimes, but I'll fight it and then it should come back up like right away. YouTube is at least, it's gone back. So the way that it works, if you get a claim, you can dispute it or you can escalate it to an appeal. Escalating it to an appeal is a little bit faster, and in my experience just works better, because that's like the thing of like, you have to give me like a legal takedown notice now if you actually want this taken down, which most people just aren't gonna do, because it's usually just an automated system and companies really don't care that much unless you're actually violating their copyright. So I always just file the appeal because it works better. For a minute, they changed it to where if you do something that, like, if you have a copyright claim that's blocking the visibility, it used to be that if you appeal it, it goes right back up immediately. Then they switched it to you appeal it and then it goes back up within 48 hours, which was fucking annoying. But now it's gone back to it goes back up immediately. So even if I get like a copyright claim on this, I should be able to just fight it immediately and then it'll just go back up. So depending on how long it takes me to catch it. But I don't foresee getting a claim with this stream, but I never, you never know. They just kind of happen. But that's the conclusion of our JoJo segment today. Now we have to move on to Beyonce. God, this has already gone so long though. We could have just done a whole JoJo stream, but that's okay. We're already here. So Beyonce, you've heard of her. She's had a pretty big year. Going back into like our pop assessment of people's years and how they've been doing. She won Album of the Year for the very first time. That's very exciting. I would have loved to see her win it for a different album. This one was like fine. I like Cowboy Carter fine. It's just not, I don't think it's the strongest Beyonce album. So like if she was gonna win for one thing, I would have rather her won for something else, like Renaissance or specifically Lemonade. I think she definitely deserved that. Oh, well, good night. You have to move to your college tour. That's, wow. Well, good luck with that. If she was gonna win, I would have rather her won for something else, but that's fine. She deserved to win Album of the Year at some point. And that is definitely a big thing. She got memed when she won the Country Music Award because of her reaction. She seemed very surprised. Watch me get copyright claimed for that very subtle 16 carriages in the background. So there was that. That happened. I was kind of like, how are you surprised? I get, and people are like, oh, because it was the country award and, you know, they don't normally give country awards to Black artists. I was like, yeah, sure, but it's still the Grammys. Like, it's still the same voting pool for the rest of the Grammys. And the Grammys loves to give Beyonce specifically like genre categories without giving her the Album of the Year. So I never had a doubt to me that she was going to win the country award of that night. I was a little bit more worried about the Album of the Year thing, though I didn't, again, like there were other albums that I would have rather taken that spot, but I was like, that's the one thing where I'm like, oh, she could lose that. But she won that too. She was actually, I think, the first Black woman since Lauryn Hill to win it, which is insane. That was like 1999, I think, or like somewhere in the 90s. So that's crazy. She also has embarked on the Cowboy Carter tour. That tour did, I think, end last night in Vegas. I think that was the final show, I believe. It looks incredible. However, we did have a bit of an incident similar to Katy with the contraption that takes her around the audience. In this instance, it was a car. So I have like another, this is it. Oh, it looks so scary. Hers looks scarier than Katy's. Katy's like rocked a little bit for a second. This was like fully, it was flying through the air, tipped for a while. A while. I can't imagine. Because, like, imagine you're at the show and you see it tip. You're like, oh my God, am I about to see Beyonce fucking die? And then it would, like, fall probably onto other people. Oh, they gotta stop flying through the air. They just gotta stop. Yeah, and then her whiskey robot also malfunctioned a few times. Yeah, she's had a few, like, tech issues. And that's sort of the problem of doing these like higher tech stuff. Like, it is a very cool concept, and when it works it looks really, really cool, but you are taking all this stuff on the road with you, place to place to place, and it all has to get set back up the same way. And you know, there's just a lot of small things that can go wrong that can make a big difference. Now, there is some like controversy with the tour. Not really controversy. This is just Stan Twitter being Stan Twitter and being the worst. So this is a photo that people were passing around for a bit to show the low ticket sales of the tour. This is very clearly not a photo from the actual like show as it's going. This is from before when everyone is like getting seated. So this is very manipulative. This people just trying to make it seem like the tour is like flopping. It's not flopping, but it is not sold out. It was not a sold out tour, which is kind of significant for it being, oh my God, people are mentioning the Spider-Man musical. That was such a time. Oh, I forgot about that. That was a moment. I remember, like, I would watch, before I went to school every morning, I would watch the Today Show. And it felt like every, like, couple days, they were like, new disaster at the Spider-Man musical. Oh, God damn it. I hate this. But yeah, anyway. It's not a sold out tour, which is surprising given the fact that it is Beyonce. And especially, like, the tour looked incredible. And she's an incredible performer, obviously. But the thing is, it's not about people having a lack of interest in Beyonce. It's about tickets being too fucking expensive. It's the same shit with all these different tours. When Ticketmaster keeps doing these dynamic pricing things, people are getting priced out. And there's a certain amount where it's like, there's just no one's gonna pay for those tickets. Even if you're like a rich person, obviously, like, there are people who have money for some of those tickets. But if the tickets are in the way back, even rich people aren't gonna pay for that. They're not gonna pay $500 to go see a seat in the bleachers. And the people who end up in the bleachers don't have $500. So it's all just, the entire live touring system right now is just so broken. And I think there could be some criticism put onto Beyonce in that regard, in terms of her not getting dynamic pricing turned off, when that is something that Taylor Swift has been able to do in the past. So for sure, it's kind of just hard to believe that Beyonce doesn't have that same kind of pull. She made the decision not to do it. Gaga also, it seems, made the decision not to do it, but Gaga was in smaller, like, arenas rather than stadiums, so it doesn't take as long to fill up those seats. Though I don't even know if Gaga's tour is fully sold out at the moment. I'm not sure, but everyone's just getting priced out of concerts, including rich people who don't want to pay that much money to be in the fucking back. But this is the whole thing. It's not just Beyonce. It is pretty much every big artist is doing this. Except for Taylor Swift, I guess. But even Taylor got totally screwed by Ticketmaster. And that was a whole thing, too. So I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know what has to happen. Like, especially after the Eras Tour thing and all the controversy that got kicked up from that, and the fact that, like, people from Ticketmaster were going and talking in front of Congress, it's like, what else needs to be done? We all agree that this is a predatory system, and then just what? We're just gonna, like, talk about it for a month and then be like, well, oh well. I don't know what has to happen, what dam needs to break here, but it is just really unfortunate. But it's not something... The thing that's annoying is the way that people are trying to use it in their stan wars. And they're like, oh, it's not... Look at how low her ticket sales are, when that's not even a fair representation of the show in itself. She did recently a little reunion thing with Destiny's Child for her last show. That was pretty fun to see. However, and this is where I'm gonna be a little bit of a party pooper, the Destiny's Child moment then kind of turned into a moment for Blue Ivy, because they go from performing as Destiny's Child to then, like, essentially introducing Blue onto the stage, and then Blue walks down, and as this person says, Destiny's Child passing the torch to Blue Ivy. And I'm like, okay, that's a 13-year-old. That's a 13-year-old who I believe, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure, has been performing at every single one of these shows since it started. As like a dancer on the stage. And that is just a little concerning to me. I get that she's very good and people are excited by that. And I get that people have these like kind of parasocial attachments just to like Beyonce and her family that makes people really excited. But like we are watching Beyonce put her 13-year-old daughter onto her tour where she brings her around the country every night. Like, even as far as there's the fact of like, you're having your kid have a job and do labor that's like very public facing. She is on a stage in front of thousands of people every night. She's in front of cameras. She's in front of smartphones. She's gonna get scrutiny from people that she doesn't need to get scrutiny from. But also in addition to that, it's like, you've been on this tour for a couple months, and that sort of makes me think, it makes me like wonder, when is Blue going to school? Because this isn't just a summer tour where it's like, oh, she had summer break, she can go do the tour right now. It's been a minute. And when is she going to school? I understand that she could be homeschooled and like there's maybe tutors on the tour with them, but I think that that's the same kind of thing that you could say for any like child actor who they have a tutor on set. It's really not the same level of education that other kids are getting. And it's also not like, you have the money to get your kid into like some of the best schools in the world where they're not only going to be getting an education, they're also just going to be like socializing with other kids, maybe kids who don't have rich, famous parents. So like, would that not be a benefit as well for her to just be in those environments instead of on her mother's tour, where a lot of her socialization is coming in the form of like people who work for her mom? I don't know. That seems really, really weird to me when you have just so many opportunities to do literally anything else. Even if you wanted your daughter to be homeschooled, I think you could have her actually homeschooled at her home and not on a tour where she's only really socializing with employees of her mother. You know? It's just kind of weird. And it's also just kind of like, it's not even just Blue, it's also Rumi, the other younger child, is also on the tour with them. She doesn't do as much dancing as Blue does. Blue is like a dancer in the show. Rumi's up there for like a minute to do this cute little thing. But it is very, very much like a power family thing. That is what Beyonce and Jay-Z are trying to set up here. Is like, they're not just a power couple. Their kids are now involved, and it's a power family. We want the whole family to be a part of this larger family business. And that's... I don't love it. I don't love it. Because you could maybe at least argue with Blue, it's like, well, she has such a passion for dancing, this is just what she wanted to do. It's like, okay, you shouldn't be making your other kids a part of it too, though. It's not just a thing of like, once they get to a certain age, they come onto stage with mommy. It is just kind of exploitative and weird. And the fact too that Blue was in that movie, that Mufasa movie, and then at the red carpet, at the premiere, She's standing next to her father who just got rape allegations against him. And I get whatever they say about those allegations. I don't know anything about the accusations themselves. I don't know if they hold water. I don't know. But it did just happen, and I just don't think it's very fair to put your kids next to your husband in that scenario as a way of like, we're all going to show solidarity with each other. Your kids just shouldn't be put into a situation to show solidarity with something that they probably don't even fully understand. I don't know. Personally, I'm just blaming Jay-Z for all of it. It's his fault. Beyonce said that he taught her how to become a woman. Then we have the Buffalo Soldiers controversy. Now, this is something that I'm not really, I'm not fully equipped to talk about as a white woman who doesn't know that much about American history. But the gist of this is, Beyonce wore a t-shirt that said Buffalo Soldiers on it. It wasn't merch or anything. She wore it on stage, I believe, and then she posted photos of it on like Instagram and then also her website, because she uses her website, which that's something that I am thankful to Beyonce for. I hate the way that other celebrities, and Gaga started to get better about it now. She's got more stuff happening on the website that's like specific to the website. But I hate the way that celebrities use their websites as like glorified link trees. Or it's like, here's a link to my merch store, here's a link to the tickets, here's a link to my streaming platforms. It's just so, it's like you have a web, just do something with your website. But whatever. She posted these photos, and if you don't know, the Buffalo Soldiers, it was a regiment of, like, a specific, like, black military regime within the U.S. military, because this was back when the military was, like, racially segregated. They fought in American Indian Wars, they fought in America's war against, like, the Mexican Revolution, World War I, believe, and World War II. They did not fight in the Civil War, which is kind of, it's like if you're going to celebrate any specific, like, if you want to celebrate Black American military, you would think you would want to celebrate the one that actually fought for, like, Black emancipation, not the one that was formed afterward and mostly went against, like, indigenous people. Or not mostly, but significantly. That was something that happened. But so the Buffalo Soldiers participated in a lot of America's genocidal efforts against Native Americans and also, again, like, Mexican revolutionaries. So the shirt itself, like, the front of the shirt was already kind of a choice. What made it worse is that the back of the shirt, and I don't know if this particular image was on her website or if this was just something that people found because they found the t-shirt, I'm not sure. But the back of the t-shirt had a whole thing on it, like a whole essay, where it specifically refers to Native Americans as enemies of the peace, order, and settlement. Which, like, enemies of the settlement, because you shouldn't have been settling on that land. This is kind of a part of a larger conversation around Beyonce, though, and also the Cowboy Carter album and era of her career, where, in a sense, she is trying to celebrate and reclaim Black American history, specifically in country music, but at the same time, it's also being paired with a lot of, like, patriotic imagery that evokes a sense of nationalism. And especially in the current moment where American nationalism is, oh fuck, I almost got it. Damn it. Where American nationalism is doing some pretty heinous shit, because America is always been shitty, but especially right now, it's just wearing its shittiness like on its sleeve. The fact that like Donald Trump was sworn in and gave a speech talking about manifest destiny and shit. It's like, it's bad right now. So a lot of the American imagery within Beyonce's entire era at the moment, it already was just kind of making a lot of people uncomfortable. And then within that, she's putting out images of her wearing t-shirts that say stuff like this. Like, it's not great. It's not great. Yeah, and she played Israel to a famously nationalist country. Did she play Israel? When was it the Renaissance tour? Was that the most recent time? I don't think she could have during the Cowboy Carter tour, though. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, there's that too. There's just, it's a little uncomfortable. I do, oh shit. There is, FD Signifier put out a very good video recently called Beyonce is Everything. He put this out before the Buffalo Soldiers controversy, which is kind of a shame because I think it would have fit pretty nicely within this larger discourse. But I do recommend this video just in terms of the overarching conversations about Beyonce that are kind of just always happening. And he also shouts out like other people who are engaging in this discourse too. But Beyonce just as a symbol means a lot of different things to a lot of different people in ways that become pretty depersonalized from her, but also still have her at the center of them. Because there's a lot about Beyonce's imagery that is like simultaneously very empowering to a lot of people while also still leaning into oppressive tropes that are very rooted in like the capitalistic nature of her and Jay-Z's entire like business model as celebrities, as public figures. They are very, very pro-capitalist people, which complicates their images as like musical revolutionaries and cultural revolutionaries, even though they are still those things in a lot of ways. And FD has a lot of good videos about Jay-Z in particular, but I did like his video about Beyonce as well, and that is pretty relevant here. But yeah, that's that. Beyonce's public image at the current moment is just pretty complicated, and it always really has been. It's always been complicated, but especially right now when a lot of people are just less tolerant of things that they maybe were tolerant of before. But it's similar too to the girl boss conversations around Taylor Swift and the white feminist conversations around Taylor Swift. A lot of it is valid, but a lot of it is also used to undermine accomplishments that she has that are worthy of celebration. So that's a whole thing in and of itself. But that was Beyonce. Then we have Selena Gomez. She's just still doing her little Selena Gomez thing, you know? She put out an album this year with her fiance, her lover, Benny Blanco. It's fine. I liked the first single that they released. The album itself really didn't do much for me, but I do like the fact that it like with Gaga, it seemed for a minute like maybe Selena just wasn't going to return to music ever. And then she started being with this man, and she fell in love with a man who encouraged her and wanted her to feel like she could be creative and stuff, and now she's putting out music again. So I love that. I love that these women are getting into relationships with men who are supportive of them. It really does make a difference in terms of their own artistic output. It did, it debuted at number 2 on Billboard. I don't think it's really made much noise outside of that, though. Got a 66 out of 100 on Metacritic. It's, like, fine. Kind of boring, kind of low-key. I did like... They released another single after that, where they were sampling a Cake song, and I like that. I like that song a lot. This, though... Speaking of Benny Blanco and Selena, I do just want to say, I saw someone in the comments say something about him being a Zionist. I don't know anything about that. I've never heard him talk about that, but I believe you if you say so. But I'm coming out as pro Benny Blanco. I was unsure of him for a while, but every time I watch any of their interviews together, he does just seem like a really nice guy, and he seems to be very supportive of her, and she seems to really enjoy being with him. And like, this is him. Here's the thing too, is I think people are maybe getting annoyed about the fact that he keeps showing up at her stuff, that, you know, here he is at the Spring Breakers anniversary screening thing, and it's like, if you're a fan of Selena, maybe it's kind of annoying that she's just bringing this man with her around everywhere. But here's the thing that I can say, just as an outsider, as someone who maybe doesn't follow Selena that closely, Selena really seemed kind of over a lot of this for a long time. She clearly has a lot of anxiety, a lot of social anxiety, and I don't think that she would necessarily feel comfortable even doing all of this stuff, all of this promotional shit, if not for the fact that Benny was coming with her. Because Benny, yes, he does talk a lot more than her in a lot of interviews. He does kind of take over the conversation, but I think that probably makes her feel a lot safer, because she doesn't really want to be the one carrying these interviews. She doesn't want to be the one that everyone's putting their focus onto. I think in a lot of ways, Benny Blanco has become like a security blanket for her, and I think she deserves to have that. And I think he seems nice. He's very extroverted.
Special for you guys. So we're gonna play a song that hasn't been heard yet, and then we're actually gonna give it to you a day early on a USB when you leave. Label's probably gonna shoot us, but thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. This movie means the world to me, and just that you guys are here, it's so special. I'm so grateful for you guys, and I hope you enjoy everything that we put together. So, thank you guys.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing for me, is like, he does seem to be kind of leading that there, where he's talking to the audience and being like, we're gonna have these USBs for you. It's great. And then as soon as she starts talking, he stops. He's like, okay, she has something to say now, I'll wait. Like, he's not interrupting her. He's not doing anything weird. He's just there supporting her and being the more extroverted one of the two of them, clearly. And I think she probably just really likes that. And then also, in addition to that, everyone keeps making fun of the way that he looks, and I think maybe people feel justified in doing that because he's a man, and men don't have the same sorts of beauty standards put onto them that women do. So they're like, oh, it's okay if I call a man ugly, because it's not going to mean the same thing, you know, like socially, structurally. There's not the same pressures. But like, it is still just personally mean. Like, it's just not nice. And it's the same shit that's also happening with Ariana Grande and that man that she's with, whatever the fuck, SpongeBob. And he at least, like, there's stuff with him of like, oh yeah, you did leave your very recently postnatal wife who had, like, not the best experience giving birth for Ariana Grande. Like, he's a little sus. But should you be making fun of him for the way that he looks? No, because it's mean. And I also think it kind of ignores something about the way that women feel about men, where we maybe expect women to be with these, like, Chad-looking guys. You know, this very, like, incel idea of what a woman's perfect man looks like. maybe that's what we expect all these pop stars to be with, is like these hot, hunky dudes who look like they could be on the cover of whatever the fuck men are on the cover of. People magazine, I guess. Though Benny was also in the Sexiest Man Alive issue. And then everyone, like, clowned on him for it. Because they just wanted an opportunity to be mean. But whatever. We maybe expect women to be with men who look more like conventionally attractive, but I think most women just want to be with men that are nice to them. And I think this is a good example, and Ariana and Ethan Slater is a good example. They just want to be with men who are nice to them, and I think a lot of guys could learn from that. You just need to be fucking nice. That's it. And let's be honest, at this point, men who are really conventionally attractive, especially men who go to the gym a lot and like are super hunky and buff, a lot of them are just the worst men. They're just bad people. Like, gym culture at this point is just full of incels. So at the current moment, if I see a man who is clearly going to the gym and working out and putting a lot of effort into his appearance, I see it as a red flag. I don't want to be with a man who puts that much time into their appearance. And it's not even because I'm like, oh, men, it's not a manly thing to do, care about your appearance. I think that part's fine. But just increasingly, they're becoming mean. Men who care a lot about the ways that they look are not nice people. Generally. So anyway, so I'm all in. I'm pro whatever we're calling this relationship. Is there a name for it? Senny? Selena and Benny? Seleni? I don't know. Whatever it is, I'm all for it. I think they're cute. And he seems just nice. Maybe he's a Zionist, I don't know. I haven't seen anything about that, but what I've seen, he's just nice. She's also still in that Only Murders in the Building thing. I think they're coming back for a new season still. And that's another thing where she seems to just be surrounded by men who are nice to her. We love that. It's kind of like, you know, there's a lot of similarities here with like her and Gaga in terms of they both have chronic illnesses. They both maybe seem like they were tapped out of the pop thing for a while. Then they started dating a guy. They got engaged to a guy who is nice to them and supportive of them and encourages their music. Like, Benny is an actual record producer. He's a songwriter. He's an artist himself. So him and Selena made an album together. Gaga's fiance literally built her a studio inside their house so that she could make music in their home. Because I think he might be a secret agent, but that's okay. Similarities with that of like these women who like have physically suffered a lot and maybe didn't feel like they could ever come back to pop the same way, are now kind of making a return because they have a partner who's supportive of them, and also just coincidentally have found some old men who are nice to them. Like Gaga had Tony Bennett, Selena has Steve Martin and what's his name? Oh, I can't think of it right now. I do know it though. But she has these two lovely people supporting her as well. Apparently that's all you need. It's just people being nice to you. And I've never watched the show, but I've heard that it's good. So she also is still doing the Rare Beauty thing. It is incredibly successful. I think it's maybe the most successful celebrity beauty brand right now. It's like $1 billion. Yeah, Martin Short, that's it. I think it's the most successful celebrity beauty brand above, like, Fenty has kind of fallen off. House Labs has never been, like, it's successful, but it's never been, like, as successful as Selena's. So, you know, that's saying something. I don't know exactly how involved she is with it, but she's doing something right. She's also just still friends with Taylor Swift. This was at, I think, Selena's birthday party, or Taylor's? No, it must have been Selena's, because Taylor's is in December. And, you know, that's a small thing, but I do think it kind of matters to the overall meta-narrative that she does have this very strong attachment to the biggest pop star in the world. No matter what other controversies she comes at, she's always still gonna be backed by the Swifties to a pretty strong extent. And that's very good for someone like Selena, who isn't always the most active pop star in terms of cultivating relationships with her own fandom, even though they're also very dedicated to her. But it's like she's just not in the game the same way that Taylor is. But she's always going to have that support. And of course, she has the Selena Oreos, which I did try on stream. They're fine. They're good. I think Post Malone's were a little better. Post Malone's were fucking good. If you didn't have any of the Post Malone Oreos, I'm so sorry. They were good. Damn. And they're probably never coming back. But yeah, these are fine. I didn't know, though, at the time. I wish I hadn't realized this, because when I saw them at the store, I just bought them because I just saw them. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? I'll buy Selena Gomez Oreos, of course. So I just bought them, but I hadn't seen anything about them online yet. Apparently, one of the Oreos, I think it's the one that she's holding, there's a whole bunch of different, I only saw at the time a few different, like, cookie configurations. Apparently there were way more than I originally saw. One of them acts essentially as like a QR code, where if you scan it, you get a, like a remix to a song. I don't think the remix is really anything special. I didn't see anyone talking about it a whole lot, but that's still a cute idea. That like the Oreo itself gets you some other form of media. That's just fun. I like it. I hope other people do similar things. And I'm all for it. If more people want to create Oreos, go for it. I'm all for any food related thing. Like when people have their own little like McDonald's orders, I love it. I don't know what it is. It's just so fun. It's just a little bit of fun in a very dreary world. But that's our Selena portion. Now I move on to Kesha, who really is having nothing but like good stuff. Like Selena isn't in any active controversies at the time, but there always is a weird amount of like Selena haters on the internet trying to, I don't even know, because I do feel like a lot of it's inauthentic. I do think a lot of it is like bot campaigns and shit, but I don't know what their goal is. I don't know what they're trying to do. I don't know. I really don't. But Selena's always has just this like hovering bit of hatred around her, whether she deserves it or not. Obviously, Beyonce is in some shit because of like the Buffalo Soldiers thing, and also people trying to like undermine the success of her tour, etc. Kesha seems to just kind of be having a good time at the moment. Now, of course, that comes after an entire history and an entire career where she was getting shit on in many different ways. So the world has decided to let her have a minute of peace. But yeah, she's just kind of killing it. She had a new album come out. It's called Period. It's pretty good. I liked it. I wouldn't say it's my favorite Kesha album, but there's definitely songs on it that I think are pretty good. There's also a deluxe edition, which is, I guess, ellipses, I suppose. These are her first releases as an independent artist. She does not have a label anymore. She's finally out of her contract. She's releasing everything on her own, which is pretty awesome. She was dropped by her label actually when her last album underperformed, which sucks, but also she is now free, which is great. This album has a 71 on Metacritic, which is very good. It debuted at number 17 on Billboard, so it's not like a huge success, but it is still, she's in the game. She's still up there. And the album is, in a lot of ways, like a return to form. It is a little bit more rowdy, a little bit more kind of party girl themed, you know, which is not something that she's really done for a while. There was a time after her Dr. Luke stuff where it seemed like she really wanted to distance herself from the persona that she came up on because it had so much association with him and with the person that they tried to craft her into being. And she also maybe just was having sort of like a Joanne moment in terms of wanting people to just take her seriously, which means that you have to switch back to like a more kind of serious sounding music that's not just, you know, I was going to say TikTok, but I realized immediately people are going to associate that with the app and not the song. But it's not, you know, blah, 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 and TikTok and all those other songs that she was releasing at the time that people don't consider serious, real music. She's, I think, gotten to a point where she doesn't totally care about what other people think is serious, which I love. There's also a lot of collabs on this album, especially the deluxe edition. So there's T-Pain, Slater, Rose Gray, Jade, A.G. Cooks producing on some stuff. We love that. Then she is on the Tits Out tour, which, incredible name. And it seems like that's doing really well. She sold out Madison Square Garden. She got flowers sent to her by Cassie, who, as we know, one of Diddy's victims. And Kesha has now changed the lyrics in TikTok to wake up in the morning like fuck P. Diddy rather than feeling like P. Diddy, which is cute. But we love to just see that. We love to see women supporting women, especially women who have gone through very similar things in terms of being abused by men who are incredibly powerful and can get away with doing terrible things to women. So that was very cute. She also apparently is launching an app, which I don't really know much about it, but I guess it's something for artists, like independent artists, to get access to like collaborators and beats and stuff without having to go through a label, which is super cool. It's called Smash. Yeah, a way for musicians to find one another, make music together, and establish clear artist-friendly contracts among collaborators. So definitely something that really makes sense for Kesha to care about and for her to spearhead, given her experiences. And I hope that it's something that really does make a difference in a lot of people's artistic journeys. I hope that this is revolutionary to many people, because it does seem like a very cool idea of like, here's a way to get in touch and get music made without having to have a record contract, which is usually how people get like the producers and stuff for their albums. And then she sold out Madison Square Garden, as we said, and it just looks like she's fucking killing. She's just fucking killing. Oh yeah, there's the Smash thing. Oh, and now we move on. This is our last person of the night. Normally, I would try to do multiple, like, possible nominees, but this girl is really she's taken everyone's spot. This is Jesse Murf. If you don't know who that is, that's fine. I didn't know who she was up to like 2 weeks ago. I've never heard this woman in my life. And now I think she's probably going to be on the bracket. She just kind of came out of nowhere, and not necessarily for good reasons. So here's just the Wikipedia page for her album, Sex Hysteria. It did just reach, I think, number 8 on the Billboard 200. This is her second album. She did have a debut from before. Looks like that, yeah, very sparse. I don't even know what that is, but she's a new artist. Let me look. I think she's 22. She's 20. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Okay. So, she's from Alabama. She's Well, I don't know. I see Billy wrote, isn't she a psyop? Very possibly. I don't totally know. Here's the reason that she is getting a lot of attention at the moment right now. And this fits very well. I knew I had to, if we were gonna talk about Jessie, we had to talk about her in the same stream that we talked about JoJo and the trad wife conversation. Because while JoJo may unfairly be getting the trad wife accusations, Jesse Murf seems to very much be leaning in to a trad wife persona, and how much she's doing it ironically. I mean, it's definitely ironic, for sure. Like, if you read these lyrics, they're so ridiculous to the point that they're definitely some sort of like, there's some satire in here, but there's also moments where it's like, oh, but I think she might kind of mean it. I'm not totally sure. But here are the lyrics for her song 1965. My hair is high, coke is cheap, it's a great time to be alive. Studies are now saying that cigarettes are recommended and women belong in the kitchen. We go to church on a Sunday, wake up on a Monday. You'd go to work and I'd stay home and sing and do fun things. I might get a little slap, but you wouldn't hit me on Snapchat. Don't fucking text me at 2 a.m. saying where you at, boy, fuck you. You'd handwrite me letters when you went away. You'd make me feel better. You know what to say. And maybe you'd still be a hoe, but if you cheated, hell, I wouldn't know. I want you to love me like it's 1965. I think I'd give up a few rights if you would just love me like it's 1965. I have to listen to this because I cannot imagine what this sounds like on any kind of beat. It's hard to even hearing the song on a beat, it is still almost just kind of confusing. Like, it doesn't, I don't know. It's a very, she performed it on Jimmy Fallon. I'm going to play just like a tiny little bit of it, because I don't want to get copyright claimed, which I definitely will from The Tonight Show, but it's, you gotta hear it.
You go to work and I'd stay home and sing and do fun things. I might get a little slap, but you wouldn't hit me on Snapchat. Don't.
It's, oh, God, I wish I could play more. Now, here's the thing. The performance is pretty good. I mean, it's very theatrical, it's very camp, it's very, I mean, like, it in a lot of ways, it's kind of what I want from a pop star. But, and there's parts of the song that sound better. That part sounds the worst. I think the intro part sounds like sonically the worst. There are other parts that sound a little bit better.
For you to be 40, and that is up, I know, but at least you wouldn't drive off before I get.
So yeah, here's verse 2. You'd show up at the door with flowers and ask what I am doing an hour 3:30. We'd go to diners and movies and such. We'd just hold hands and I'd love every touch. And I would be 20 and it'd be acceptable for you to be 40. And that is fucked up, I know. But at least you wouldn't drive off before I get in the fucking door. You fucking fuck you. And this is where I'm like, okay. Parts of this are so exaggerated where I'm like, okay, she's clearly kidding. This is definitely a joke or it's satire. But then it's like, there does seem to be a sentiment here of like, but things would still be better because the way that men act right now is still worse than the way they acted in 1965, even if they were abusive. It's like, it's just a little bit, it pulls back enough to the point where I'm like, oh, you might be kind of serious. I don't know. It's very, very weird. But also it's getting a lot of attention. Like, I had not heard of this woman up to 2 weeks ago. And then she was all over my timeline. And I mean, it's working. You know, she wanted to maybe make something controversial and put provocative, and she did it. There's talent in that. There's smarts in that. Maybe it's not even her. Maybe it's her label. I don't know. I don't know anything about this woman or like her history. This one's just a little, I don't know. I haven't decided exactly how I feel about it. Now, all that being said, I can't play much of this either because not only am I going to get copyright claimed, there's also just parts in this music video that are pretty explicit. There's literally like just a part where people are just, you know, not, you don't see that part, but they're, so I can't show that on YouTube, but I'm gonna be honest. The music video kind of won me over a little bit. Like, it is a good video. But I don't know how I feel. There's two parts of me that are like pulling at each other of like, you know what? Let women be problematic and weird. As long as she makes a good album, it's fine. And I haven't listened to any of the other songs. I don't even know if it's a good album. But I'm like, look, if she's talented, she can be a problematic little weirdo. But then at the same time, I'm like, but girl, you might give me a little slap, but you wouldn't hit me up on Snapchat? I don't know about that one. And I almost feel a little bit like probably how my mom felt when she was watching me listening to Lana Del Rey and saying, you hit me and it felt like a kiss. Like, I remember my mom being a little bit like, what the fuck? And I hate to say it that I'm growing into that too. I'm like, oh, I don't love that the young women are listening to this. I don't love it at all. But that's almost certainly how a lot of people felt about Lana at the time. And in the moment, I was like, fuck you. She's expressing herself. And she is clearly inspired by Lana, and that is, she said as much. She said, she's my icon, I love her so much, because I guess Lana used one of her songs in an Instagram story. And it's like, yeah, I can tell. I can tell that you were very inspired by Lana. I saw someone say, like, I can't gauge the size of anything in this, because, like, yeah, her hair's huge, eyelashes are huge, the microphone is tiny, nails are very long. Why do they have that small microphone? But yeah, it very much feels like a parody of Lana Del Rey in a lot of ways. But I guess if she's talented, she's talented. I don't know what to say. I don't know. But she's only 22. So I don't even know how much I want to hold her to some stuff. We'll just have to see with this one. Yeah, look at the mic. God, look at her eyes, too. So I guess, yeah, she's one to watch out for. And I do like her sparkly microphone. Kind of looks like mine. But that's it. After that, we just have our honorary pop girlies. Now, this time it's a little different. Our honorary pop girlies, they're always... What is that? A mic for ants? That's funny. We always have our honorary pop girlies. These are people who are like not actually pop girlies. They don't make pop music. Maybe they make some music, but they just don't make pop music. Or maybe they're just fully, maybe they're actors, whatever. These are just people who have the vibes of a pop star who we just want to celebrate as an honorary pop girly. Now this time we have two. We have a runner-up because I just wanted to kind of talk about this and touch on this because I do think it's important and I think it relates to other things that we've seen with women in particular that's now just kind of happening to a man. Yeah, Zoran for honorary pop girly. When we get closer to the actual election, Zoran will probably make an appearance. But at the moment, we gotta time that right. We gotta do a Taylor Swift style thing where we wait till the right moment to make our public statement. But for this one, we've got two because I just wanted to touch on this particular thing, even though I had already picked our actual Honorary pop girly, we have a runner-up. People are already predicting who it is. Yeah, it is, in fact, Pedro Pascal. Pedro Pascal, if you're not paying attention, I picked the episode that he was in Buffy, because this is season 4, episode 1, I believe. He is a student who gets turned into a vampire, unfortunately. But that is Pedro Pascal in Buffy. But if you haven't been paying attention, Pedro has been the victim of a very bizarre smear campaign that is, again, it's doing the thing that, like, a lot of the most, like, effective right-wing smear campaigns do, where they find ways to masquerade as, like, woke sounding things so that they can try to get people on the left and, like, liberal adjacent people also involved to make it seem like this isn't a right-wing conspiracy theory, or not conspiracy theory, but a right-wing smear campaign, but it absolutely is. They're doing this thing where they're trying to make it seem like he's creepy with all of his female co-stars. Now, this is an AI thing that they made. I don't know who made it, but someone made this. They'll take footage of him, like, being affectionate toward one of his female co-stars. This is a real part right here where he was holding her hand at Comic-Con. And then they did, like, an AI thing to make him... Even then, it's like, that wouldn't even be that creepy. And they're doing this thing of, like, oh, how come when Pedro Pascal does stuff like this, it's not considered creepy? Or if this were like if this were some other man, we would all be calling this out as, like, Me Too or something. And it's like, no. These women are consenting to, like, they're fine with it. This is his friend. She's okay with him touching her like that. That's how consent works. That is just that simple. But there's a lot, the people pushing this, it's like incels who are just angry about, like, Me Too and don't understand consent themselves. So they're trying to be like, oh, when Pedro Pascal touches women, it's fine. It's like, well, yeah, because Pedro Pascal has the consent of those women to touch him. It's just as simple as that. There's also TERFs who hate the fact that he is outspoken in his support of trans people, who then want to use that to paint him as, they want some reason to paint him as, like, a predator toward women. And then there's also just, like, fucking homophobes too, because whether or not Pedro Pascal is gay, that's been a speculation for a long time. He might be, he might not be. Either way, he doesn't really exude the same kind of, like, heterosexual masculinity that a lot of other actors do. There is definitely something a little bit, I don't want to say transgressive, but there's something about his presentation of masculinity that is not totally conventional. And a lot of people just find that very upsetting. So this is, in a lot of ways, kind of just a homophobic attack on a man who might be gay by just painting him as, like, a predator toward women and a predator in general. So yeah, here's the one of him kissing her on the cheek. And if he kissed her on the cheek in real life and she was okay with that, that still wouldn't be that weird, but it is still a weird thing to do, like an AI video of. This one is even fucking weirder, where they, like, ugh, creepy and weird. And then there's this one's the worst, I think. I can't even. Ugh, stop, like, the open mouthness of it too. It's so gross. It's a gross thing to do to him, and it's a gross thing to do to her too. And then this one is also gross. Ugh. What would he even be doing in that scenario? It's just creepy and weird. So shout out to Pedro. He doesn't deserve it at all. And I think at least a lot of people can see through it as a smear campaign, but maybe some people don't. That's concerning, but Pedro Pascal has done nothing wrong in his entire life, as far as I'm concerned. I've never heard a bad thing about the man. Anyway, here's our actual honorary pop girly, though. Someone who I was just very taken by. I wish I had, like... Yeah, J.K. Rowling might have paid for some bots. Very possibly. Very possibly. Need a drum roll. Our pop girly, our honorary pop girly this time is Black Pearl, the therapy horse. So, I don't know how much anyone else has seen this, but I am obsessed with this fucking horse. First of all, apparently this is a whole thing. There's a whole mini horse thing. There's a website for the company that does this. I don't know anything about the company that does this, so don't... They have a donation here. If you look into it and you want to donate, go right ahead. But if they're doing something weird, I'm not endorsing it. But this is an established company. They have mini horses that they're like therapy horses. They bring them into different things. I don't know really what the science behind these like therapy animals is. Especially like I think people use the like horse therapy and stuff in rehabs, and I think that's been kind of proven to be bullshit. But this is like, you know, just taking little horsies around to sick kids and stuff. That's cute. It's nice. I like it. I'd love to pet a little mini horse. And they're real cute. But yeah, they've got a whole thing. But they got a lot of attention recently because of this video of Black Pearl, the miniature horse, who wakes kids up from anesthesia by playing a mini piano. If I woke up to that, I would assume I died. Like, I don't even know if that would be good. I guess maybe if you know prior, if they're like, hey, when you come out of anesthesia, there's gonna be a horse playing the piano, just so you're aware. It's so loud, I know, it is loud. I could have turned the volume down, but I wanted you to get the full effect. Maybe they tell them, like, you're gonna see a horse playing a keyboard when you wake up, just so you know. That's how you'll know that the surgery went well. Because she seems into it. Doesn't look like there's a complaint from her. But I can't even imagine. I went under anesthesia once, and it's just a very weird experience. It's like, I remember them counting down. They were like, okay, we're gonna count down from 10. I think they got to like 8, and then I was just in a different location. And I can't even imagine if there was a fucking horse playing the piano next to me. Badly, if we're being honest. Like, I don't think that was expert playing. I don't even know how I would feel. But I do think after a minute, I'd probably be delighted. Like, once the shock wore off, I think I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. But I don't know. It's just not an experience I've ever had. But maybe one day I will. I kind of hope to. Not that I want to go under anesthesia again. I don't want a reason. But if there was a horse playing the piano next to me when I came out, I guess that'd be fine with me. I know, well, damn, Jasmine, you tried playing with just your snoot. That's true. That is very true. And, you know, this is definitely a style in and of itself. Like, maybe it's not to my taste, but you know, I don't get Trout Mask Replica, and I never have, and this feels very similar to Trout Mask Replica to me. They could have put this on the album. Do you think that, like, just whenever the horse sees the piano, it's like, oh, I know what to do? Like, what was the training process here? God, I'm obsessed with it, though. Yeah, give him a harmonica for sure. But anyway, that was it. That was our honorary pop girly. That was our stream. Thank you all for joining to whatever extent that you did. If you came in and out, if you were here the whole time, if you just got here, sorry, it's over now. You can watch it again if you want. But yeah, thanks everyone to being here. Love y'all. And I'll see you next time, whenever that is. Probably either 2 weeks from now or maybe 3 weeks. Sometime on a Sunday, I'll be here. And I'll be talking about pop music. I will be also on the member stream next Sunday. That I'm gonna talk about some like YouTuber drama shit there. And I'm not gonna do that on any of the public ones, cause that's just for people who won't spread it outside of these walls. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining. See you next time. Bye.